Sebusan and some maybe say, now crown minister, Gradia, who say, Mamma Becker with TV as well as the others say, Mamma Becker, we Yedimika, Yebura, Nasha Fiania, Senia Vertino, AC Co, Honorable a year, Imano Ama Kofibua, Minister Designated Lands and Natural Resources. Yasha say, I yet to Tonano, Sabra Kase, or Floor, or Casayentino.
Any further question?
I don't have a second follow-up.
No, you don't have a right for a second follow-up. Okay. Substantive question.
All right, so I'll move on to my substantive question then. The lease of state lands, it's a big issue in this country, and it was discussed earlier around this table. And especially when they are leased to political allies. In the not too distant past, we saw how the Akufo-Addo administration did this rampantly, indiscriminately.
This question is allowed?
Yes. There are many examples that have been discussed, and Mr. Chairman, when the former minister was here, he was flashing a document that he said came from his ministry with about 100 and something people who had lands. Nobody.
Please kindly proceed to ask your question.
Yes, that's all. But
address the chair and proceed to ask your question.
Mr. Nominee, we do know that some high-profile officials of the regime have been accused of acquiring these state lands. For example. Now, what is your position on this, and what action do you plan to implement to protect these and many other state lands that are yet to be encumbered?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, as I stated, His Excellency the President is very passionate about this issue. He has already directed the sale, lease, and processing of all transactions involving state and public lands. Pursuant to this directive, the Lands Commission has been directed to compile a comprehensive report. Chairman, if I get the opportunity, with your help, to become the minister, I intend to study that report and advise the President appropriately for the right actions to be taken.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up on this one. Honorable Nominee, things may appear similar, but not the same. When we talk of land acquisitions by state officials, you often hear conversations suggesting that it started in 1995, 1993. But we know that government had a rezoning policy, which rezoning allowed 4 parcels of land to be allocated through proper regulations and appropriate compensations paid by officers who acquired these lands. Can you tell us the difference that you notice in the implementation of this rezoning, where in the past, say under President Mills, under President Rawlings, some state officials may have led in allocating state lands, and what we witness in the just past administration? Things may appear similar but not the same, being the guiding principle as you answer.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, indeed, there are all sorts of, I think about 5 categories, different categories. I think the main one that always becomes an issue for discussion has always been lands that are acquired by the state, compulsory acquired by the state, paid for a particular purpose. But over the years, the particular purpose for which that land was acquired has changed. So the land is not used for that particular purpose. And then the circumstances change that there has to be a new use of that land. Now, it has been done under the Mills, and a lot of transparent processes were done. I think that is really what we are talking about. But I think the very important point that I made, and I'm going to make it, as a minister, and this is my personal view, as land minister, I see something fundamentally wrong for me as a minister to be arrogating to myself lands that I've been given the opportunity to supervise. That's my personal view. I believe the policy that we bring in that says that if there's really a need for such circumstances as I have described to allocate land, then those lands must be reevaluated and sold at the current market value so that the people of Ghana whose land we are holding in trust are not shortchanged, and that's what I intend to do.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee, for that assurance. That difference needs to be established, appropriate compensation especially. And like I said earlier, I have no doubt at all about your competence, and I join many other Ghanaians who share that same view. And so we are wishing you well, and we hope that you live up to the expectation. My last question is on land guards. Land guardism. The incidence of land litigation, double sale of land in Ghana has been recurring, especially in our cities. What will you do as a minister to address this situation, especially when people, you know, do this because of, engage land guards because of this double sale of lands? What are you going to do about the double sale of land, which leads to land guardism in some cases? Thank you once again, and congratulations. The very best of luck to you, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much. I think the Land Act 2020 at 1036 has already made strict provisions in addressing this issue. As minister, what I will make sure we do is to make sure we strictly enforce this act.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Prechum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity. I would like to create your indulgence and defer the opportunity given me to the immediate past Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the first question, please.
Honorable members, I understand Honorable Prechum is here as a subject matter committee. Let me remind all of us that Standing Order 217 is very clear. If Standing Order 217 allows leadership of the subject matter committee to join, the same rule will not allow you to come here in your capacity as a subject matter committee to say that I now want to give the position to another person to ask the question. So, Honorable Prechum, if you do not have any question to ask, I will proceed to give the floor to another person. Honorable members, order. Honorable Prechum, the floor is yours. You have the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, there is no need for any noise, please. Why should there be? Ask your question. Yes. Please.
The honorable member who introduced himself. Yes, sir.
Out of order. Please. 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 Prechum, you have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairman.
No, I submitted his name. Not yet.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask my question to my good friend, Honorable Kofi Bua. In all honesty, I see in him somebody who will do a good job if he's given the nod.
Thank you, Chairman.
But I hope that he will do justice to the questions that will be posed to him today. you can't direct me. Okay?
Honorable Amprachum, address the chair.
Chair, advise the members.
Honorable Amprachum, address me.
Yes.
Address me.
You threw fire, I will throw fire. Yes.
There's a senior member talking. Senior member.
Withdraw. Police have got to behave. You don't come and heckle me, right? Yes. I've got chairman to defer to. Don't. Just do not. Mr. Chair, Honorable, I want to find out from you, first and foremost, if you are going to allow chiefs to be part of the issuing authority of licenses, mining licenses.
Oh. Chairman, I think that the chiefs are already a very important, integral part of land administration in Ghana. I think that what I had said was to make sure, and I will tell you my experiences as a member of parliament from a mining district. The reason why I kept talking about this decentralization, I kept talking about making sure that the regulatory authorities are at the fingertips of people at the local communities, that the chiefs have access to them, is that we are trying to avoid what has happened in the past. When you are in your village one morning, a guy comes to you and waves his document that I'm here to do prospecting. I've been given a prospecting license by Minerals Commission. He meets this guy, they say this is the Abusumapeni. He go and see him, he buy him the drink and give him all the things he has to give him, pour the libation, and the guy go and start. Before we know it, there's a problem. There's a problem because the guy that he saw and gave him all that drinks, he's not Abusumapeni in fact. When we decentralize, when we get the mining authorities, the EPA, the Minerals Commission, to be in direct link with the authorities at the local level, what it means is that the processes will be done in a way. You know, the requirement now is that before you give licenses, you have to go and give notice and do public hearing. Does that happen? No. So these are attempts at empowering the people at the local level to make sure they have access to the authorities that are giving these licenses, to be able to give proper feedback so that all the challenges you've seen. I have witnessed prospecting licenses being given to a mining company, going to somebody's cocoa farm and tearing it down. And then there's problem. These things will help, but more importantly, we are also doing that to empower the people at the community level, saying to them, you are very important in this process. We are not going to do anything without you. In any event, you have access to us. So you want to do mining, please don't do it illegally. You have access to us, we'll give you the right channel and train you and give you the capacity to do it. And that's why we are doing that.
Thank you very much. Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Any further question? Yes.
Honorable nominee, my question was very specific, and it looks like you have just been dancing around it without actually hitting the nail on the head. I was specific.
Honorable Amprachum, you may not like the answer, but apparently that's the answer.
I want a specific answer, and it's regarding the role of the chiefs. Simple as that. You can give me all the answers, but I will go back that I will want a specifics. Would you permit chiefs to be part of the issuing of mining licenses?
Chairman, you know, when you are drafting a policy, you envision it, and you think about the problems that has happened in the past. I've just described why we are moving in that direction. I believe that it is obvious to me that if we are setting up a local board or authority at the district level, key stakeholders will be part, and obviously chiefs are key stakeholders, so that the thing will be done. But we've not gotten to that point yet. I believe that, Honorable Member Chairman, if you give me the chance to go to the ministry, we will fine-tune those policies, and I'm sure that I'll come here and I'll be able to give you concise answers.
Any further questions?
Thank you. I know we'll be around to give you all the help you need.
Good friend, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nominee, my question has something to do with the involvement of the military in the fighting of Galamsey. On page 78, which one? This one. What is wrong? What is wrong with it?
Address the chair and proceed to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No.
Will your government, again another specific one, I like specifics without going round in circles. Will your government continue with the military involvement in the fighting of Galamsey?
Thank you, Chairman. I've already described the enormity of the challenges we face. We are already aware of what has been happening with the effort by the security service, especially when it comes to our polluted waters. Today, as we speak, the state of our rivers is nothing to write home about, and the police and the military has played a very critical role. If I get a chance as a minister, we are going to evaluate the new program. For example, I have very new, exciting ideas about what to do with the protection of our water bodies. Because one of the problems that I got to know was that it's not cheap to get the military to continue permanently in these locations. So they will be in a place. It used to be that they will come in the place and clear everybody, and for 6 months nobody will be there. Now they come, clear, and they go away, and within 1 month they are back. So we have to think about new ideas. Some of the ideas as to, we have forest guards. What about forests? What about water guards? So these ideas are going to be thought through, and we are going to come out with creative ideas to make sure that these matters, that goes to the survivor. And these are very important. For example, I was thinking about the creation of water guards who are going to be trained to understand that this is not some security job they are going to do, that they are going to fight for the soul of our country. That's our water bodies. So these are very important, but we are going to do that and really make sure that we address these comprehensively.
Thank you very much. Is there a follow-up question? Do you have a follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
On the last question regarding the use of the military to fight Galamsey?
Yes.
Very well.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Nominee, it seems I'm getting a bit impressed with your mention of the water guards.
Water guards, yeah.
So the issue of Galamsey, the issue of environmental deprivation, the issue of the water problems, is something that is very dear to my heart. And you mentioning the probable introduction of water gas is something that warms me. I hope you will be able to develop the concept and be able to implement it.
With your support, I'm sure we can.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Toffee.
I'll bring your report.
Please, let me repeat them for you. The first question is on mining license. The second question is on the consent of the chiefs in doing so. The third question is the use of the military in the fight against Galamsey, which I have given you the opportunity to ask a follow-up question, if any, and you have asked the follow-up, and the follow-up has been answered. Apparently, former minister responsible for lands and natural resources, you are not the chair.
Chairman,
so I give the floor to Honorable Tofi.
Just a minute before you do that. With respect, as an available ranking, I have a duty to help you navigate. In fact, what you are referring to as his second question was a follow-up to the first question. So in actual sense, he still has one question to ask, a substantive question. Please, no, second one, and then a follow-up. It was a follow-up. Yes, that's it. He can speak for himself. He can speak for himself. Chairman, let him answer the last one and then that's it. He hasn't not dragged.
I have given the floor to Honorable Tofi. You have the floor.
Chairman, with respect, we will not challenge your authority here. We will accept that with the understanding that Honorable Amprechum has one substantive question to exhaust, because his follow-up, the second question was actually a follow-up to the first question. So he still has one substantive question to ask, and we want to respect your directive. So let him exhaust it, and then we can go ahead. We have nothing against Honorable Afote. I'm not challenging. I'm just suggesting to him. He has the definite ruling.
Honorable Dorcas Tofi, you have the floor.
So we'll come back and you do your last.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to congratulate Honorable Nominee. To me, I know he will deliver to make our country proud, and some of us also proud. So I want to congratulate him in advance.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Let him do just one sentence. We are done. Oftentimes you ask us to understand. We always understand you. Let him do just one.
I will give the floor to Honorable Kwesi Konedu.
Let me ask this
Chairman, thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I'm starting. This will be my first question, so I would want you to take notice of it. Honorable Leader, congrats.
Honorable, just a minute. Chairman, let me make a suggestion to you. In order for us to get clarity on the type of question, it's important we allow our colleagues to indicate, this is my first question, substantive. Second one, this is my follow-up question, so that we get clarity on it, because we are not being fair to Honorable Amprechum. So proceeding forward and taking lessons from that, Honorable Kwesi Konedu, indicate to the chair and the committee questions that are substantive and those that are follow-ups.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, I think I have made an observation, and that is that, for instance, today, we don't have the Honorable Member Apiaje here. We don't have the Honorable Ranking Member, the Honorable Apenyomakin here. Now, I see that the minority would come and say that they want somebody to replace. They will come before the committee. Please, we were in a meeting this morning. I didn't see you. Chairman, I think that practice must be stopped. When a member is absent, he cannot be replaced. Please, let me make, because replace, please. Can I finish? Chairman, with all due respect.
Allowed, no.
Chairman, with all due respect,
which standing order? This committee is a committee of rules and procedures, Mr. Chairman.
May I?
And Parliament is a parliament of rules and procedures. Which rule?
Abu, please.
No, it's not about that. Which rule?
Don't interrupt me. You don't have. No, please. No, Chairman, I'm not done. Chairman, let me refer the committee to Standing Order 217, Rule 1. The Appointments Committee comprises the First Deputy Speaker, Minority Leader as ranking member, the Deputy Majority Leader as Vice Chairperson, the Deputy Minority Leader as Deputy Ranking Member, and the following other members. A. Majority Chief Whip. B. Minority Chief Whip. C. 5 other members selected based on the numerical strength of the parties in Parliament. Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, no caucus can whimsically appear before the committee and suggest that a member, bona fide member, is absent, and therefore a certain honorable member be used to replace that person. The only practice which we have adopted is that because the subject matter committees are in the process of being constituted, leadership of the caucuses are mandated to submit names of leadership of those subject matter committees to chair of the committee for purposes of posing questions. But this practice where a member is absent, no excuse is given, then another is brought to come and replace him, is not borne out by our standing orders. The replacement cannot be whimsically done. It appears to be abused. So, Chairman, with all due respect, when a member on the other side is absent, please proceed, if you have quorum, to deal with the issues. Please.
Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Chairman.
Honorable members.
Chairman.
This is a house that we always say we are masters of our own rules. We are guided by the practice and convention. I believe strongly, we all know that when our leaders are not available, we normally have available leaders to work in place of that particular leader. So that is what exactly is happening today. So with all due respect, can we make progress? Let us not use this to truncate. Honorable Akwesi Kwanedu, you have the floor. Please, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Chairman, thank you.
Order. Honorable, you have the floor.
Chairman, respectfully.
Honorable former minister, you cannot be asking the honorable member having the floor to hold on. Please, Honorable Kwanedu.
Chairman, respectfully. Chairman.
Proceed with your question.
Chairman, respectfully. Can I make the
mic was not working, so I was not asked to hold on. That is what I want to make the appeal. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, this is my first question, and I would like to lay the basis for the question so that my honorable former leader would appreciate the question. Mr. Chairman, on page 78.9 of the NDC manifesto, you said that you provide a predictable regulatory regime and build confidence for local and foreign investors. Our Minerals and Mining Act of 2006, Act 703, has been hailed as one of the best laws globally in terms of certainty and predictability for investors. And one of those certainties is that when you conduct exploration and you abide by all the mining laws, you are entitled to the grant of a mining license. That is section 39(2) of Act 703. Now that we are familiar with this issue, of a company that exploited for lithium for over 10 years and eventually made commercial finds and was granted a mining lease in accordance with our law. The SWAL MPP administration went on further in negotiating for an enhanced terms outside the law, and I would want to state some of these. An increment in royalties from 5% to 10% to the benefit of Ghana. An increment in government's fee carried interest from 10% to 13% for the benefit of Ghana. And an additional interest to be taken by the Minerals Income Investment Fund. A mandatory provision for the company to list on the Ghana Stock Exchange, which it complied with. Altogether provided for a minimum of 30% Ghana participation in the exploration of lithium, making this provision as one of the greatest value in terms of our mining license negotiations and grants. And now my question, despite all this, you opposed it. How are you going to ensure that investors that have invested in the exploration of mining and minerals in this country, their concessions will not be taken away from them, but they will be granted necessary leases and permits to mine in accordance with our law?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I think the premise of the question, I am aware that this came to Parliament and it was referred to the committee. I don't recall that the committee came back with a report that was opposed.
Any further question?
A follow-up.
Yes.
A follow-up.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, it was referred to the committee. Same as this committee is working for the totality of Parliament and present a report. So if it was halted at the committee level, it's still a halt to the investor confidence that they would have. Regardless of the fact that referral was made to the committee, how are we as a house and a government going to help that investor confidence, whether at committee level, governmental level, will be assured, such that when they put their money in exploration and abide by all the rules, laws governing mining in Ghana, their leases will be granted for them?
Chairman, I was the former energy minister, and I was very aggressive in making sure that when investors express interest in exploring oil, and we negotiate, I follow through and make sure those are approved. And that's the record I have. You were in charge of government business. I think your responsibility was to have brought the agreement back from the committee. And so to say that what happened there, but I'm simply telling you that there was no report that was debated and defeated on the floor of Parliament. But this is what I would say. When it comes to new minerals, Chairman, my strong view is that Ghana must really win in new negotiation for our new minerals, and that there must be a paradigm shift in some of these agreements to ensure that, yes, we've held some of these old minerals for a long time, but the new minerals, we must focus on value additions in our country and make sure that we can really get, Ghana can win bigger than we have before. That's my view on it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move on to my second question.
That is so.
Mr. Chairman, sustainable forest management activities, and in current terms, the global trend towards carbon trading makes it very, very important for this country. And looking at how sustainable forest management is plagued with inadequate governmental support due to budgetary constraints, what will be your approach at finding sustainable financing for natural resource management in terms of both the forest and wildlife management, bearing in mind the passage of Act 1113, that is the Wildlife Management Resource Act?
Chairman, I think that's a very, very important question. There's a lot of money on green efforts, climate change mitigation efforts. And I think that as a country, we must be seen aggressively doing things to protect our forest reserves and adding new forests. And that is why I have described some of the big initiatives that I have described. Tree for Life initiative, the Restore Ghana initiatives that is intended to restore our forests and bring biodiversity and ecological life. These efforts will let us attract more funding and make sure that Ghana will have an advantage. And we intend to make sure that we heal our forests and undertake aggressive efforts in reforestation so that we can attract this funding, this climate mitigation funding that you have described. And as Minister, if I'm given a chance, that's the focus of my administration.
Thank you. The floor is yours, Honorable Konodo.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, my last question will be on one of the last acts that we passed.
Please, that's your last question. I recognize the Chief Whip on a follow-up on the second question that you have asked.
Leader, just a quick one. The carbon trade concept and the Red Plus concept, I have told last year, it enabled the raking in of a lot of dollars into our country because of our ability to position ourselves as a country to buy into that concept. And you rightly spoke to deforestation and its attendant effect. What is your appreciation or understanding of the Red Plus concept and the carbon trade concept, and how will you be able to appropriate this efficiently when you are made the Minister of Lands and Forestry?
Thank you, Chairman. I think these climate mitigating measures has a lot of advantages. I've already described it and you have described one. As Minister, we will take all the steps, getting the advice of experts to make sure we position our country to take advantages of all of these funding sources.
Thank you. Then we'll proceed to take your last question.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, my last question will be on the passage of one of the last acts that we did. That is Act 1123. That is the Boundary Commissions Act. The Boundary Commission plays an important role in the maintenance of the territorial integrity of Ghana. It doesn't have a dedicated funding source that would equate to the role that it plays. Being familiar with the Act, what measures would you help put in place so that they will have at least a dedicated source of funding to complement their activities aside the meager budgetary allocations that they get and donor funding?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, the importance of the Boundary Commission cannot be overemphasized. As former energy minister, I witnessed firsthand how critical it is for us to protect the territorial integrity of our country, our three borders, with Togo, with Cote d'Ivoire, with Burkina Faso and Nigeria. And I think it is imperative that we take the steps to ensure that this is done. If I get a chance to be nominated, I'll work very, very hard with the Ministry of Finance conferring to make sure that we fully fund the Boundary Commission. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Hajia Ladi Ayamba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me first of all congratulate my able, hard-working, and don't listen to my language. I'm going to say my beautiful leader.
Congratulations. May Allah guide and protect you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my first question is, in January 2018, His Excellency President Akufo-Addo reportedly revealed that $5 billion was unaccounted for in gold exports from Ghana to the United Arab Emirates. A similar report indicates that Switzerland imported $7 billion worth of gold from Ghana, but records show that Ghana exported just over $3 billion to that country. Honorable nominee, can you explain the cause of the disparity between the volumes of gold that is reported in, say, Dubai, and the volumes of gold that are reported by the Precious Minerals Marketing Company, PMMC, and what would your approach be to address this? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this is a very serious concern. A country that is struggling to get money to bolster ECD in foreign exchange, we hear stories that we are being shortchanged. I think that it is a matter that we must take seriously. Chairman, if I get a nod as the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, this is a matter I'll take up seriously, working with the Ministry of Finance, working with the security agencies to basically follow the custody issues from the mines all the way to the last point and in between, and make sure we revisit the strict accountability process and the sanction regime to ensure that this does not happen to our country.
Any further question?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Nominee, for the precise answer. Mr. Chairman, my second question is, how do you intend to address the recurring clashes between indigenous communities and large-scale mining companies, as was recently witnessed in Obuasi, and were the victims mining when they were killed? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this is a very important question that is so dear to me. Chairman, I come from the Western region, and I have been a member of Parliament before the regions of the Western North and Western region was divided, so I'm very much aware of some of these challenges. But Chairman, I think that there's something that I hope and I pray I'll be remembered for. I want to be remembered for as the minister that finally got large-scale mining companies to finally bridge the gap between these companies and the communities in which they operate. Chairman, this is very critical because this has gone on for very long. What are the root causes of this problem? And I'm going to be very brief. Chairman, if a company is given a huge tract of land to mine, and they mine the area for 10 years, and they move to another site, and they have no plans to visit this location for a period of time, the community in that area, their lands, 50% of their lands is what has been taken. It used to be before that mining, that's where the farming, that's where food crops were produced. And then they get to a point where they say, we can't, we have to survive. Give us an area for us to also engage in mining activities. And then that's where the problem starts. Chairman, I think that it calls for an engagement and an understanding. It all starts with how this whole mining process starts. The belief that somehow when you get your license in Accra and you go to the communities, that is it, and all the powerhouses in Accra must change. Mining companies must work with communities for them to believe that they have the social license at those grassroots level, and they give them the respect and they will engage them. That way, you will see that there will be a win-win. For example, how beautiful will it be for a mining company to allow this cooperative mining that I'm talking about, to allow a community that we ourselves are going to take the lead in building your capacity, because we live here with you. We're going to help you build your capacity, and in the process, Chairman, you know, the community will start believing that there's real benefit for this mining community being here. Oftentimes, it is not the case. And I give you the example of a 2-kilometer road where a mining company, yes, they pay taxes, so that responsibility is with the central government. But guess what? This is not about the central government. It's about you and that community and how you can build trust and relationship. I think all of the things you described comes out of that. I believe if we can reset this fundamental relationship and build trust between mining communities and companies, all of these challenges will not happen. And as minister, I intend to drive this new paradigm shift.
Thank you very much. Very well. You have the floor for your last question.
Thank you, Chairman. The recent discovery of green minerals such as lithium in commercial quantities in Ghana has raised questions about what Ghana stands to benefit from this resource, given our experience from several years of mining gold and other minerals. Mr. Nominee, if given the nod as a minister, what would you do differently to ensure that these new discoveries inure to the benefit of our country? Or are you yet going to wait to make sure that people who might run there illegally, in quotes, their excavators and other mining equipment would be seized and burned, as we saw previously? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's a very, very important question. Chairman, we must focus on these new minerals, but we must have a new mindset when it comes to new minerals. When our great hero Osajifo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, said long time ago that as a country we must ensure that we start building the commanding heights and make sure Ghanaians are the ones holding the commanding heights of our economy. He meant that in critical sectors of our economy, we must build Ghanaian capacity to make sure that we can get Ghanaians to lead in our industrial capacity. Somebody asked the question, why is Johannesburg so prosperous? And why is Obuasi so impoverished? The answer is simple. Chairman, the reason is because the people who are mining in Johannesburg are all in Johannesburg and investing the money back. The people who are in Obuasi, yes, we want the investors to come, but oftentimes those reinvestments do not happen there. I think that in going forward, that is what should be our mindset. Trying to make sure that these new minerals, and somebody said it in a very blunt way, if we are not going to get companies to come and add value, let it remain on the ground. That should be our mindset.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Alassane Umar.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
From the responses, eloquent, and the precision of answers that you provide. I'm confident and believe that there is a certain agenda of President Mahama will really come to pass. And my question is a follow-up on the licensing regime. And Chairman, if I may take your leave to cite or... Yes, Chairman, I have a news item from Joy News. And it says that this was reported on the 24th January 2025. More than 100 mining-related licenses issued in the final week of Akufo-Addo's government. And the reporter is Anthony Maini. Now, if I look at that month, January, you have first, January 2025, 67 licenses were issued. January 2nd, 11 licenses were issued. January 3rd, 19 licenses were issued. January 6th,
please,
5
you have mentioned the total number of licenses. Proceed to ask your question.
Thank you, Chairman. In all, you had over 102 licenses issued in just 1 week or 3 weeks, last week of Akufo-Addo's government. I want to ask you, Mr. Nominee, Mr. Nominee, I want to ask you, also, it has been further reported that just about 50 small-scale mining licenses were issued between 2009 to 2016, as opposed to over 2,000 licenses from 2017 to date. What is your position on the current licensing regime in the small-scale mining sector? Do you think the current status quo has contributed to the increased rate of environmental destruction in the country? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, when I get the opportunity to be approved as the minister, my intention is to undertake a holistic review of the licensing regime. I've already talked about how there's so much duplication in the issue of licenses. I've talked about one individual who will be holding almost 50 licenses because he has not been classified as a light scale and he wants to continue to do mining. So he's doing mining in contiguous area, and if you put it all together, he's probably close to light scale mining. We need to look at this recategorization. We need to do a holistic review of this licensing regime to address the issue you've brought about. I think that part of the problems we've had, as you have described, in terms of what we see in the pollution of our water bodies and destruction of our environment, has to do with some of the illegalities, not only perpetrated by the illegal miners, but even people with small-scale mining licenses. That is where we must focus on, and to make sure we organize them well, to make sure we can have supervision and monitoring, to make sure we can use modern technology to focus this industry so that we will not have the challenges we've had. Thank you.
Chairman, just a second.
Thank you.
Before you come in, please.
Hold it. You have a supplementary on the main question.
No, you are done.
If you have a supplementary, go ahead and ask, and I will thereafter give you the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, will you consider revoking licenses that were acquired without the process or procedure?
Thank you, Chairman.
Please.
I've said that there will be a holistic review of all of these processes. Chairman, we are guided by the law. And what I would do as minister is to make sure that the right things were done according to the law, and so we will make sure that that is done.
Thank you very much. This is a matter of law.
Chairman,
please, you have the floor.
Just a quick follow-up. The honorable member who just spoke, honorable nominee, if you listen to me attentively, he alleged that over 100 plus licenses were issued by the Akufo-Addo administration just before they exited. And I was expecting you to either confirm or deny. You are now going to the ministry, and you gladly went ahead to answer the question. Would you confirm the data he put out? It's a newspaper. He quoted from a newspaper. Would you confirm that? Did you check? Is that the truth?
Chairman.
Honorable Chairman. Minority, please come. Honorable Minority Whip. The questioner was making reference to a newspaper publication. I do not know whether it is the newspaper publication that you want the nominee to confirm, or what exactly you want the nominee to confirm.
Speaker, just to reframe my question, I know the mining leases, the Supreme Court ruling, mining leases come to Parliament for Parliament to either approve or otherwise. I don't remember any mining lease of such volume, such mining license of such volume coming to Parliament. So what were you speaking to? You were allowing yourself for him to mislead you? Is it the case that you were allowing yourself for the honorable member to mislead you? Is that the case? No, let him answer.
Yeah,
no,
Chairman,
let him answer. I'm out of order. And you have the power to, you have the power to rule me.
Okay, I recognize Roxanne Dapamako.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, let me plead with my counterpart, the minority chief whip, who is the acting ranking, to take it easy. I know that he's had a lot of follow-ups. Please, Uma, please. Honorable Uma, please. We want to have this done expeditiously but effectively. So if the Honorable Chief Whip has a follow-up, it shouldn't be argumentative and badgering the witness. He could ask a follow-up, and the nominee will provide answers that they require. Some data was referenced, and the honorable nominee spoke to the data. If the honorable chief whip has a contrary view on the matter, he could post it as a follow-up. So this can be done in a more quieter manner. I plead with it.
Chairman, yes, indeed.
Well, you want to reframe?
Yes.
Okay.
So, indeed, we want to do our work, but this is a House of Records, and you know, you have often made that statement, House of Records. The honorable member referenced some data, and I'm saying, for the number of months we were in Parliament before the 8th Parliament was dissolved, I do not remember such volume of mining licenses coming to Parliament for approval. Would you confirm this or not?
But honorable ranking member, the nominee never said so. It was a question that was posed to the nominee. Yes. I do not know whether your question is to the question being posed to the nominee. I think a follow-up must emanate from the answers given by the nominee, with all due respect.
Chairman, with all respect, it is also important. We also have inherent responsibility to guide you where we are being misled. In effect, I'm saying the question was wrong because of the data he referenced, and he was misleading the nominee. He was misleading the leader, and the leader, on the spur of the moment, didn't realize that there were inaccuracies in the questioner's statement. And therefore, I'm saying that the questioner should be made to retract. He should retract those words because we don't have any of such data. Parliament has not approved any of such license here, and therefore he was wrong. That's what I want you to admit. You are seeking to go to that ministry, and don't allow him to mislead you.
Mr. Chairman, I think
honorable member, honorable Soini, you do not have the floor. Please, your microphone.
Point of information, though. It will be helpful.
Let your microphone be off.
As former ranking member, I do know that
let your microphone be off.
Small-scale mining licenses.
Let your microphone be off. It has never come. Honorable Umar, you are entitled to your last question.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, thank you so much for educating Ghanaians on these licenses. Anyway, I have one more question, and this is in reference to how the country will earn revenue, how we can increase our exports.
Can we have some order listening to the question and the answer?
In terms of aluminium. So my question is, what has prevented Ghana from developing the integrated aluminium industry to achieve the optimum impact? Aluminium.
Chairman, this is a very important area that we must work hard to unearth. Successive governments have taken a lot of steps. What is really preventing this to happen is for us to get a strategic...
Honorable members, let there be order so that we can listen to the answers.
What has really prevented the takeoff is a strategic investor that will be prepared to really invest the huge billions of dollars that is required in this area. But it also requires us to really do a lot of preparatory works. As Minister, I am going to work with the agencies involved to make sure that we can position ourselves to attract such investments.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you very much. I will stand on Order 2177 to recognize the Deputy Whip. Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations, my former colleague in leadership. My question: if Parliament, just the tail was some mining licenses over 100 that was approved.
Chairman, I read a news report. I've also not seen any rebuttal from the Minerals Commission on this matter.
Chairman, I think my question is not answered by the nominee. I am saying that, Chairman, I clarify my question.
Order.
Chairman, I clarify.
Honorable Habib.
Chairman.
Honorable Habib.
My question was very specific.
Habib.
Yes.
Honorable Habib. You see, I have always indicated that it is not the answer that you expect from the nominee that the nominee will give you. So whatever question you ask, you must take his answer. And the answer is that he has only read in the newspapers and there was no rebuttal from the Mineral Commission.
So Chairman, Chairman, I appreciate your guidance, but I made reference to I was saying that as a deputy. So Chairman, Chairman, I appreciate your guidance, but I made reference to I was saying that as a deputy minority leader and a nominee for the position responsible for lands and natural resources, whether you have been briefed or when you were a deputy leader minority leader, you have seen any approval? I'm not talking about newspapers. In respect of these two, have you been briefed? No. Okay, thank you. Chairman, he has answered that no, and I'm satisfied with his answer. Now, my next question, and I want you to be to carefully listen to me, and know that you are under oath. Know that you are under oath. And previous nominees who have appeared before this committee have admitted that they own government land or have interest in public and government land. My question to you is, do you, Emmanuel Amakofubua, have any interest in state land, either Accra, Elenble, Pusiga, or anywhere?
No, please.
My last question, but Chama, is supposed to be a follow-up question. Your CV, residential address.
Look, a follow-up question on his interest in government land?
Yes.
Very well.
And your residential address in Ajingano. Are you aware that part of the Ajingano lands are state, and including where you are staying, is government and public land?
Chairman, you just told me. I didn't know that.
Chairman, my last question. Apart from the residential address that you have provided, do you have any other residential address aside this residential address? Remember, you are still under oath.
Yes, I'm under oath. I have a property in Botiano.
And are you aware that the Botema area where you have...
It's not Botema, it's Botiano.
Chairman, a follow-up question on that. Chairman, a follow-up question on that. Aside that, no other residential property in your name. Remember, you are still under oath.
I have a property in Elenble district, my house in Elenble.
Okay, Chairman, it's okay. He's my colleague in leadership. I wish you well.
Stay there. Order. It's now the turn of Rita Odolesua, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairman. I wish to congratulate you on your nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There have been serious agitations among the people of the Greater Accra region that fortunately, unfortunately, being the country's capital, the government has encumbered many of their lands for the public good. However, over the period, these projects elapsed, or the government did not have use of these lands again, but instead of the lands reverting to the allodial owners, it is alleged that government officials and public officials ended up appropriating these lands, selling them to people, sometimes even foreigners, without recourse to the allodial owners of these lands. And I'll cite a particular example, my constituency, Dadekotopon. The chiefs are not consulted when these lands are given out. My question, what are you going to do to ensure that the policies embarked upon by the late president at Amils continued under John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, are continued, and that those lands that were taken for the public good and the government has no use, and if the government has no use for them again, are reverted to the allodial owners per Article 26 of the 1992 Constitution? Thank you.
Chairman, I think this is a very important question. And as I stated earlier, there's already a directive for a comprehensive review and a report on all these lands. I believe that the right things must be done. And if indeed the right processes are done, as minister, I will make sure that once this report, I'll provide the right advice to make sure that the people of Accra in all the areas get a right treatment that they deserve when it comes to the issues of land.
Thank you very much, but let me use the opportunity to explain to the whole world that all these issues have been dealt with in the case of Okujato versus Jacob Ejipilante. Thank you very much. You can proceed with your other question.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable nominee, the people of Dadekotopon will really appreciate if these issues are taken seriously, because under the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, some lands were released to the good people of Dadekotopon, but as we speak, those lands were never given back to the people. And so I would be grateful, the people of Dadekotopon will be grateful if these issues will be looked into, and whatever lands the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government said they have released to the good people of Dadekotopon be given to them. Thank you. Chairman, my other question, it's about the Peshi Lagoon in Dadekotopon. It has been encroached upon seriously as we speak. Before I was coming here, somebody called me that there were demolitions that were carried out along the banks of the Peshi Lagoon. People are going back there. I recall when I was Municipal Chief Executive, I worked with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama with the Environmental Protection Agency and other agencies, and there were even signboards that were erected along the Peshi Lagoon so that the lands around the banks, the river banks will not be encroached upon. But as we speak now, people have encroached upon those lands. And even entering into the sea, you realize that we have the polo courts that they have constructed there. And this, I believe, brings a lot of flooding when it rains to the areas around that place. What will you do to ensure that these encroachments are stopped? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman, the Land Act 1036 has really laid out what must be done in all these instances. As Minister, I will work with the Lands Commission and the experts there to make sure that the letter and spirit of those laws are enforced, and that those who are breaking the laws are brought to book.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to congratulate you and wish you all the best. And I believe in your office as Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, you are going to work with the chiefs and people of Ghana to ensure that justice will be done for everybody. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Chair.
Too much.
Honorable Kofi Obreye, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Congrats, Honorable nominee.
Thank you.
I've known you for about 20 years, and I know your competency is not in doubt.
Thank you,
I, however, have some few questions for you. The NDC government, led by His Excellency John Kwame Dramani Mahama, almost reduced the 2024 election to a referendum on how the MPP manage the state lands, our water bodies and natural resources as a whole, giving it names such as state capture. As a sector minister, will you allow individuals, institutions, and private organizations to acquire state lands other than state and its agencies? Thank you.
Is the president one?
Sharon, I have already stated that we must jealously protect state and public lands and make sure that if it is important at all in the interest of the state to sell any state land, we do so such a way that the people of Ghana will not be shortchanged. And as minister, I will make sure that happens, and that's what I will do.
So if I got your answer right, you allow individuals to acquire properties. Is that correct?
Chairman, I will be guided by the laws of this country. As I've said, as we speak today, there's a clear directive for the halt processing of any public or state land pending the review and the report. I'm sure when I get a chance as a minister, I'll review this and I'll be guided by that, making sure we understand that it is in the interest of the people of Ghana for us as people who have been privileged to serve them to jealously protect their lands.
Thank you. Follow up.
You don't have a right to ask a follow-up question on a follow-up unless you want me to take the follow-up question as a substantive question, by which you'll be entitled to do.
Yes.
Other than that, should I take it to be your second question?
Yes.
Then you are entitled to a follow-up.
Speaker. Yeah. Honorable nominee, in a letter dated 9th January 2025, the Executive Secretary to the President directed the Lands Commission to immediately cease all sales, leases, or processing of all state and public land transactions.
Yes.
Meanwhile, all these pending land transactions have been sanctioned and approved by the Lands Commission, and various Ghanaians have acquired legal interest to say. Honorable nominee, will you agree with me that this letter violates the legal rights and interests of Ghanaians? If you agree with me, don't you think this letter will result in unnecessary court actions against the Lands Commission and also the government?
Chairman, I do not agree. I believe that the Constitution is very clear. It vests the power of state lands in the President, who is supposed to hold it in trust of the people of Ghana. What the President is doing is to make sure that that responsibility is being exercised. And I believe that it will not be done, as our former majority leader would say, capriciously with ill intentions. It will be done in the right way and make sure that the right things are done. And those who are found foul of the law will be prosecuted and the right penalties be applied.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee.
Your last question, please. Please, your last question.
Honorable Nominee, when Galamsey 5 becomes so tough, the new patriotic government placed a ban on a small-scale mining, both legal and illegal, upon assumption of office.
Honorable member, do you mean the new patriotic party
the new
or
patriotic
new patriotic
party,
government?
The new patriotic party, I beg your pardon. We place a ban on both legal and illegal mining. Upon assumption of office, Honorable Nominee, will you support the placement of a ban, for example, say 2 years, to facilitate the restoration of our water bodies and natural resources? Will you support such a ban?
Chairman, as I've said, we know the challenges we face: degraded land, polluted water bodies, destruction of our forests. These are very grave issues. It requires a real approach. It doesn't require ad hoc measures, and I believe that we must take our time to find the solutions that will be long-lasting. When I'm giving the nod, I will do the right consultation with the experts and make sure that we take an approach that will help us to solve this problem permanently.
Thank you. I would give the floor to Honorable. You have a follow-up on the Galamsey band. Very well.
Not
go ahead.
Galamsey band, but on Galamsey.
Very well.
Honorable Minister, designate. In your view, what are the fundamental reasons that drive Ghanaians, especially the youth, to involve themselves in illegal mining?
which cause massive destruction to our environment, especially our water bodies.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. This is not a follow-up question. I'll give the floor to Honorable Jerry Shaib.
Honorable Amako Figwa, congratulations.
Thank you.
Very well. As Minister Designate for Lands, please, have you vetted your mind respectfully to the processes by which one has to go through to acquire or to be granted a government lease? Do you know the steps?
Chairman, I don't understand the steps, but I can tell you my own personal story of I just give you my address, my processes to get my land title at the Lands Commission is probably in the 3rd year, and that is enough to tell me that there's a lot of work to be done there to make sure that we simplify those processes and allow Ghanaians to have utmost customer service on time when they want to access any of the services at the Lands Commission.
So my question was to the effect of state lands, but I'm sure perhaps you do not. So I'll depart and ask just a follow-up on the same one. So before you get a state land, you write an application to the effect. That is when you have seen a parcel. And when you do so, the Lands Commission now would conduct a search. And when the search is conducted, it will tell you whether or not the land belongs to the state or government. And when that is done, they now write to the municipal or metropolitan or district assembly in which the land is to ask for what they call the planning comments. When same is done, they revert to Lands Commission. Lands Commission now would go on to say that this land is available. They've given us a comment, it's either residential or commercial or misuse, and then they proceed to tell you that we will now go to do an assessment and an inspection. When same is done, and Mr. Chair, I'm doing this just for the purposes of, for Minister to know that it takes a lot to go through to first of all acquire, and I do not think that these processes have been departed from. So when same is done, then they will tell you this land is available, we have assessed it, you would have to pay a certain amount of money before a lease is engrossed. And that, before the lease is even engrossed, it comes to the Standing and Technical Committee of the Lands Commission. So whether in Greater Accra, Western, wherever, when they agree, before it now comes to the commission. Now the commission members debate on same before, first they debate on even the parcel of land, the size and all of that. They also debate on the assessment, the value.
Take it easy.
Before they proceed to say that we will make an offer. Mr. Minister Designate, these are the processes. My question now is that, would you think that anybody who had to go through all these processes did not acquire a land legitimately?
Yes.
Chairman, I think that I have been aware of the long history of the attempts by the Lands Commission to digitalize. There's something called Lab 1, Lab 2, and even there we have not gotten to where we are. I believe that we need to move faster in trying to address these processes and make it easy. For example, I've been told that the digital-based map of Ghana, when it's in place, will cut all these processes and make it easy. And so I believe that the Lands Commission's bureaucratic processes, quite frankly, does not really help in allowing people to apply for these services there. But I think I'm missing the last point. What are you trying to get at? You are trying to get I missed the last, what you are trying to get at. So I believe that the Lands Commission's processes must be simplified. We must help them with the technology. They've told me about digital-based map of country. That is in place.
Honorable Minister. So just to help.
Honorable Jerry Shaib, the rule that we have set is that allow the nominee to complete his answer. Then you can proceed. Even you can hold it after the answer is done. Then you can also come.
So I believe that if that is in place, for example, you can sit in the comfort of the office in Accra and assess the land in, say, Axim or Takoradi and make the decisions without all these long processes that you have described. And I believe that we have to support the Land Commission to continue this digitalization process.
Honorable Minister, the ministry.
Honorable questioner, let me remind you that we are not entitled to a follow-up question, so proceed to ask us.
So this is my second question. Honorable Minister, the ministry you are going to, lands, you have about 4 other ministries that are likely to deal with issues of climate and the environment. So you have the Ministry of Lands, you have the one Honorable Mutala, my very good friend, is likely to go to. And then you have Ministry of Energy and Transitions. Is it Green Transitions? And Sustainable Change. What I'm trying to find out. And then you also have a Minister of State in charge of climate change and sustainability. Who is going to be the lead person with reference to issues of the environment and climate change? And what is going to be your role as Minister of Lands?
Chairman, I think that is why all these ministers, some of the ministries you mentioned are all cabinet positions. I believe that there will be an opportunity to collaborate closely with these ministries in working out and making sure that we are effective in implementing government policy. My good friend, the nominee for Environment, Science and Technology, is a very smart man. I've worked with him on the trade committee, and we have very good working relationship. And I believe that I'll do same with my other colleagues in energy, who, quite frankly, was my deputy in energy and is more than my brother. We work together. I think we'll have a chance to collaborate even more better.
So, Mr. Chair, is a follow-up. So, under this ministry, are we looking at issues of galamsey, environmental pollution, and who is going to be given the powers to deal with them directly?
Honorable members, the nominee has answered the question to the effect that there will be a cabinet meeting. And at that particular cabinet, the president has a right to say that I want the minister responsible for environment, I want the minister responsible for lands to do ABCD. So,
respect, we are all here. I don't know if any of us heard the leader saying that. I haven't heard that. I'm not surprised if you say that. We didn't hear that.
Chairman, my third question. On the honorable nominee, on the 11th September 2024, His Excellency the President, President John Dramani Mahama, at Impoho constituency, in the Impoho constituency, specifically at Edum Manso. Edum Banso. Thank you very much for the question. Edum Banso said this, and I quote, I will grant all galamseyers imprisoned under Akufo-Addo, amnesty. And this is captured on the Ghana website. Please, I want to know, honorable nominee, what would be your advice to President Mahama on this comment? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Illegal mining activities is devastating our environment, destroying our water bodies. The stories about diseases, deformities of children being born are very serious matters that I have described. That is why we have laid out all the programs that will give opportunity for anybody. And Chairman, let me put it bluntly, and I've said and I want to say it again. This fight against illegal mining, you can call it galamsey, is going to be pursued with the support of the people of Ghana. It's going to be a bipartisan fight because it goes to the root of whether our country will survive or not. And we don't take that as a joke at all. And so let me say it clearly. I think that there was a reference to making sure that those powerful forces that are always behind the small guys are dodging. That's the reference the president was making, if that's what you're trying to make. And that's the point we are making. We are not only going to make sure that people who are small guys who are working in the fields are the ones that are going to be rewarded, but the big guys who are buying the machines, once we've created the avenue and the opportunity for the right things to be done, all those powerful people who are in the dark causing this havoc are the ones who deal with.
So there's a final follow-up. This is actually my follow-up. So, no, that was the substantive question. Mommy, that was the substantive question. Mr. Nominee, honorable nominee, so these powerful people that you, as you described, do you know any of these powerful people? No. And if you do, and if you do, what would be your advice with reference to dealing with such powerful people? Thank you.
Chairman, as I've said, we are determined to make sure, working with the people of Ghana, working with mining communities, working with our chiefs, to make sure we reset not only Ghana but the mining sector, and to make sure we do all the right things. And we are determined to do that. If you give me the opportunity to go to the ministry, I can't wait for this work to start and to make sure that our country is healed.
Thank you. I recognize Honorable Muhammad Shahid.
Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, congratulations.
Thank you.
A very well-deserved nomination. Leader, I want us to go to land ownership and security of title. Before 2008, the land administration generally was quite fragmented. We had a survey department and many others. Thankfully, in 2008, a unified law was done to put all these fragments together, hoping that it will reduce so many issues that the lands administration was plagued with. And which ones are they? The turnaround time of processing documents, customer feedback. You could send your application for 2, 3, 4 years, nobody gets back to you. And importantly, the perception of bribery and corruption. So the new law was promulgated in 2008, the Lands Commission Act. Unfortunately, that rather became a monster. Even as lawyers, we struggle so much to navigate our way through the Lands Commission process. Tell us, if you get a nod, what you will do to improve these three key issues that the Lands Commission is plagued with. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that I've already described the processes that is already ongoing at the Lands Commission. I've talked about the long history of the Land Administration Project 1 and 2. There's still a lot of work to be done to make sure we simplify the processes, to make sure that the provision of land services are at the doorsteps of the people of Ghana. And as Minister, that is what I intend to do. I also intend to make sure that the Land Act 1036, which really has a lot of provisions to make some of the challenges you described easy, is implemented. And so we will do an aggressive work to identify areas and work with the Lands Commission there. I've met some of the people, they're very fine people, who are determined to try to make sure that they provide good services to the people of Ghana. What I will do is to provide the leadership required to make sure that happens.
Any further question?
Yes, Chairman, just one more. And that has to do with a very critical, I know you have touched on it briefly, regarding our forest reserve and the pieces of legislation that have been issued in this regard. Indeed, in 2019, Cabinet directed the Lands and Natural Resources to suspend the issuance of new licenses and permits by the Forestry Commission. So, but practically on the ground, there are still issues. Okay, should you get a nod, what would you do to prevent mining in the forest? Thank you.
Chairman, this is something that we must collectively agree that it won't happen again. The first thing I'll do when I'm giving the nod, and the President has already indicated publicly, is that I'll come to this House to make sure we repeal LI 2462 to make sure that there will be no new mining in forest reserve. That will be the starting point. Once we do that, then we heal the process and make sure that biodiversity and ecological life is returned to our forests, and our degraded lands will be restored with the initiatives of Tree for Life and Restore Ghana to make sure that our forests are restored again.
Thank you very much. You want to ask the last question?
Chairman, thank you so much. My very last one has to do with the timber industry. Indeed, for many years now, it's just failing. Replacement has been quite minimal. Please tell us your plan, how you need to do to revamp the timber industry.
Chairman, the timber industry revamping is a very critical piece of the puzzle. It begins with us making sure that we start, as I said, renewing our forests and planting, and making sure that we begin this exercise that I've described, tree initiative, planting of these new trees. There are species that are completely missing in our export business, and we need to go back to it. Odum, pig, and other species. We must also embark on an aggressive program to stop the mafia in that area. And this is something I will do. The other aspect has to do with creating an environment where the timber industry is revived, providing all the support that is needed for the new timber industry to be revived. And as minister, we will look at all those options to try to see where the support can be so that that industry is revived.
Thank you. I will recognize Roxanne Nelson, Honorable.
Chairman, thank you very much. My leader, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I have no doubt in your abilities at all. And so I wish you all the best. We'll be here to support you.
Thank you.
On the floor, anytime you bring your business.
Sure.
My questions are framed in such a way that I just need a yes or no answer. Just yes or no. So, His Excellency promised my people as part of the campaign, and it's actually in our manifesto, areas or traditional areas that lost their land during the construction of the Akosombo Dam, for which compensations due them haven't been paid. Your Excellency has assured them that his government will refocus on that, those traditional areas that have been left out in the payments will be paid. So in South Dine, we have the Kpali traditional area and the Tongo traditional area, as well as Beve. They've lost land. They have not been paid their compensations. Will you consider expediting work on that promise so that my people can be paid?
Chairman, yes, I will be happy to do so.
Brilliant. Now, we have also considered or bemoaned the fact that land registration, you see, land is a source of revenue for the state. The more people register, the more revenue we generate. Now, individual landowners in the new Land Act are encouraged to register their lands, even to the remotest areas. So will you consider establishing land registration offices at the assemblies? So as we have district health directorates, GES, would you consider having a land registration directorate at the district offices so they can assist our rural folks who own farmlands, family lands, individual lands, two lands, so they can register them? Registration center will be closer to them. They are not put at great expense in going through the processes to having their land properly registered and demarcated. Will you consider that?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this is very, very important. And the Lands Commission itself has been working on expanding services. And I believe that this is a very important first step. The people of Ghana must have these government services at their fingertips, at their districts. And as our country grows, with the effort to get the government at the district levels must also be deepened. And as Minister, I intend to work with the Lands Commission to fulfill that.
Thank you very much. Now, will you also consider revising the existing system regarding how land title certificates are issued? It's too laborious and time consuming. Would you consider revising that system?
Surely, as I said earlier, we need to, there's been an effort at digitalization, and as I said, a digital map, a base map will simplify these processes and allow, I mean, as it is, if you go to the Lands Commission and you are looking for a particular file, and they will tell you come next week, because that whole 2 weeks you are looking for the file. We must get to the point where.
So you consider revising it?
Definitely.
Thank you. Now, oil has been found in commercial quantities in the in the lower Voltairean basin, the Keta area. As we speak, the country and Togo, Ghana and Togo, are in negotiations regarding some maritime disputes. I believe that you will consider, when you get the nod, and you will get the nod, you consider prioritizing this process so that negotiation can be concluded expeditiously, so oil exploration activities can take place in the basin. You consider that?
I mean, that should be a top priority. As I stated earlier, yes, they want me to say.
Okay, Chairman, my last
follow up on the last question.
Yes.
A follow up on the last question.
Yes.
Which one? Last question?
Yes, my last question. Now, there will be a need to improve the land demarcation in that coastal area, in the Keta Avu Lagoon area, because when exploration begins, you know of the environmental impacts, whether adversely or otherwise. And you also consider remapping and redemarcating this environmental land use and reuse and all that in the area for purposes of the exploration. You consider that?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Once more, I wish you all the best, my leader. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Patrick Yagoma. You have the floor.
Thank you. Congratulations, Kofi. Chairman, you need to protect your member from undue harassment from the member from Pusiga. Kofi, you are promising the people of this country that you are going to abolish VAT on mining, and also proceeds from mining, let me put it that way, and also offset and use part of the 5% royalties for infrastructure development. That's a very popular position of Honorable Collins Dowda. I know the chiefs have sent him here to ask that question, so I've taken that from him. How are you going to do this? It requires a lot of amendments from you and the government, and it's going to be a drain on our revenue base. What steps are you going to take to ensure that this is done? Thank you.
Chairman, obviously these are matters that lies with the Ministry of Finance, working closely with them. And when I get a note, these are manifesto proposals that must be fleshed out, I'll engage the Ministry of Finance and we'll see the way forward.
Second question, no follow-up on the first one. Which aspects of the Lands Act are you going to seek amendments to on the floor of Parliament? I realize you've spoken at length on the Lands Act of 2020, and you seem to have some challenges with some aspects of the Lands Act. Which aspects do you have issues with, and what amendments will you be bringing to the floor?
I think the only thing I've said is that LI 2462 that deals with mining in forest reserve must be repealed, and that's what I intend to do. I am sure that when I get to the ministry, we will have a comprehensive review of the Lands Act. I'm not able to tell you specific areas that must be focused on at this point.
Last question, Chairman. I'm being brief. There is a policy in your manifesto on the extractive sector. And there's also a policy position on the salt industry. And if you look at Article 2681 and 2, you require a certain number of MPs to ratify some of these concessions, transactions, and dealings. It's a very difficult hurdle to surmount. And it's hindered a lot of ratifications on the floor. Do you think, as a House now, we should look at lowering the threshold to enable a lot of investors coming into those sectors, salt and other extractive industries? I wish you the very best, Kofi.
Thank you. Chairman, these are finite resources, and I think that threshold is there for a good reason. We must all agree that this is the position that is in the interest of the country. If we are agreeing to allow resources that are finite to be given to any foreign investor, the two-test threshold is important. I do not see that we should use it. And I believe that it doesn't matter where you are. The interest of the people of Ghana must always guide our decisions. And so if the arguments are going to be right, there's no point in reducing the bar at all.
Thank you. The chairman gave me a follow-up. You realize that we had some leases before the 8th Parliament expired, some of which were on bauxite, lithium, and other leases. Are you going to consider reintroducing them to the House, subject to your own reviews and internal arrangements? Thank you.
Chairman, I'm not at the ministry yet. I'm sure when I get to the ministry, I will properly get the briefings that are required and the right decisions will be made on behalf of the people of Ghana.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Vice Chairman, Honorable Rickett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Nominee, Kofi, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, if I can call my friend Kofi. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chair.
I have no doubt in my mind that you've been a tried and tested leader in this House, been a tried and tested minister in the days of your time at the Energy Ministry. So I know you do well, and it's a very good appointment. I just have a couple of questions for you. The ministry you are going to is quite a challenging ministry. There is a lot going on in this country with that ministry. What will be your of course you'll be inundated with a lot of issues, but when you arrive there, what will be your top 3 priorities when you are given the nod? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, the first priority is to stop the bleeding and make sure that we bring sanity in the mining area and allow legal mining, and make sure that in areas where water has been polluted, we heal our rivers, we heal our water bodies, we heal our forests and bring back our biodiversity and ecology back, and even plant more trees, and continue the process by making sure that finally we are able to get people in all these mining areas to accept that the way forward in this country is not to destroy our forests and our water bodies, but if you are interested in mining, there's a better way to do it. That is clearly a priority. My second priority will be that in the lands ministry, we have done things to allow the people of Ghana to access services in a very efficient manner.
Thank you very much. Chairman, I'm satisfied with the answer, so there will not be a follow-up on this particular question. But my next question, this I think will be an opinion, because I'm not aware of any such policy. But Can I ask my question? I have seen it. Just in your own opinion, or if you've spotted anything anywhere, but what would you? I mean, Ghana is a country. Ghana is a country that has abundant in terms of natural resources. We've been producing gold for hundreds of years, diamonds and all that. But yet we are not getting enough, we don't seem to be getting enough export revenue, enough royalties, enough carried interest. What will be your priority in terms of the table of minerals that I have mentioned, that you will focus on or to add on to what we are already doing to make sure that we expand our export revenue base and also be able to get all the other benefits that we get in terms of carried interest and royalties? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. It is not your opinion, but your priority.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I think it's a very important question. There are a lot of new minerals we describe as green minerals that are very critical. But Chairman, I think we talked a lot about lithium. There's salt, there's clinker, there's clay. We must look at these new minerals as an opportunity to basically change the narrative and make sure that these new minerals are where we are going to we must add value to the things we have comparative advantage and change our story. I've said that if we discover new mineral today, we say that we are looking for those who will come and add the value here. And I tell you this, if we insist that that's all we want, we will get the companies that will do that, so that the industries that will create the jobs and give us the ultimate advantages in terms of value is what we will create. And so going forward, I think we must take the past experiences and look at these green minerals as an opportunity to transform our country and change our economy. And as minister, that is what I will drive.
Thank you. Mentioning lithium, you are right, discovered lithium in commercial quantities, especially in the central region. Agreements are being signed, more will be signed in the future. As a minister, how would you ensure that the agreements that we sign, the opportunities that are created in the way of jobs and other proceeds that we get are actually done in the interests of all of us in Ghana, but not a selected few? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I think that this is a very important question. These big investors that are coming to Ghana to negotiate these agreements are coming with top-notch firms and lawyers. I think Ghana must also be ready to go to the negotiating table with all the experts in the world, the best practices in the world, to make sure that we understand that when we are doing these negotiations, we are doing it for over 30 million Ghanaians who have given us their trust to make sure we can make the right decisions on their behalf. As minister, I will be guided by this principle in any negotiation to make sure that in all of these negotiations, Ghana wins.
Honorable Emmanuel Amakofibwa, I wish you all the best in your new ministry. I know that you will get through, and I know you do a good job for Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the chief whip who is acting as the ranking member. Honorable members, by practice, the ranking members are not limited to the number of questions they are supposed to ask. So I'll go by the practice and convention and what the committee has agreed upon. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chairman, let me start off by joining colleagues to commend our former deputy leader, who had a very good working relationship. And just a number of questions. Honorable nominee, I've heard you speak eloquently about the newfound minerals. And I hear you, your passion. What are the hindsight lessons flowing from what we are used to? Hindsight lessons you are bringing on board for maximum benefit to country and people, and departing from the challenges associated with the traditional minerals.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we've made some progress in the extractive industry in terms of where we've come from. And I'm very proud as former energy minister that when oil companies dragged their feet on how quick we can move in terms of flaring of gas. And in this particular case, we remember His Excellency J.E. Mills, may so rest in peace, and President Mahama, who were steadfast that we must stop flaring and make sure that we monetize our gas. Today, it is truly a benefit for the people of Ghana. I think we must continue to make sure that as we go forward, we learn these lessons and ensure that the new minerals that are coming are minerals that will be near to the benefit of us, because we insist that the right things done, that we insist that value additions be done in country, that we insist. For example, we are talking about the mining industry. 30 years ago, I'm sure the technology required to do mining was not in place. So, for example, big companies will come here and they'll bring all the experts to come and undertake all the development, all the services. I'm talking about millions and billions of dollars. We must begin a process of indigenizing these services and building the capacity of Ghanaians to be in a position to also run big, large mining companies. I believe that we can do that if we get and set our minds to it and put in systems that support indigenous Ghanaians in this effort. And as minister, and I think with my record as a key driver of local content, I think I want to bring that in the mining sector.
Okay, so you mentioned indigenizing the sector, and you were in leadership in the 8th Parliament, so you were aware of the lithium agreement that was brought. The former deputy minister has spoken to the content in parts, chiefly 30% dedicated local participation. How do you appreciate, or what lessons can you glean from the lithium agreement that was brought by the NPP administration to Parliament, in the 8th Parliament? Lessons.
I think we must take these matters on a case-by-case basis. And as minister, as I've indicated, I am going to this ministry with a mindset that negotiations must, of necessity, make sure that Ghana, the people of Ghana, have all the advantages, that will build Ghanaian capacity, that will make sure that in-country spent is increasing every day, that will make sure that we position even the private Ghanaian private sector be in a position to do some of these works, because when they do, their capacity, their revenues, and the money they get stays in this country. And I believe that that is what I will do as minister if I'm given the chance.
Okay, Honorable, your then minority, some of your colleagues on the Energy Committee then, relative same lithium agreement, were not in support. And it's not debatable, it was a fact. They were resisting that agreement. On hindsight benefit, and also being told the fact, as the Deputy Minister rightly reiterated those facts in terms of the content of the agreement, would you say that your approach to that agreement then was wrong? You were not patriotic? If you had thought about it again, it's an agreement that should have been allowed to be passed?
Chairman, I think this must be put in perspective. They were not in support of what? The agreement had different factors to it, with different issues. People have specific, genuine concerns about different aspects of the agreement. And so I think that it is going to be so unfair to just simply say that they were against the agreement. They probably, individuals and even people on the other side of the aisle were not comfortable with certain provisions here and there. And as members of parliament, I think we must respect that.
Well, I do not remember any parts of the agreement that we then majority was not in support of. If you do, share with this committee and go further to elucidate on the part of the agreement that your side was against.
I've said that the agreement went to the committee and never came back to the floor. And I think that it will be a little bit of a future exercise to talk about an agreement that is still with the committee that never came to the floor for us to deal with it. And so I don't know where you're driving at, but that's my point.
Honorable Leader, what I'm basically driving at is, I get your sense of patriotism, and you keep harping at it. We shouldn't be repeating mistakes of the past. And I know you agree with me to that end. So, our inability to pass that agreement must be as a result of some disagreement. Tell us, what were the issues with the agreement on your side, and why were you not supporting its passage?
I think what I can say, and if I want to agree with you, I think that when it comes to representing our people as members of parliament, and it comes to these agreements, we must always make sure that we take off our partisan hats and put on our patriotic hats. And that is what I will say, and I expect every member of parliament to do that. And I will drum that home everywhere I find myself, that when it comes to negotiating agreements for the people of Ghana, it has nothing to do with party politics. The question that we have to ask is that, will this inure to the benefit of the people of Ghana? And I'm sure once we answer, the answer is yes, we all go forward together. That should be the focus, that should be our posture as members of parliament who has been strong with the responsibility to stand up and protect the interests of the people of Ghana.
Honorable Leader, then candidate Mahama, now His Excellency President Mahama, said he will free illegal miners who have been incarcerated. Now, I recognize that the granting of amnesty is the president's right. You are professing to be a champion, fighting galamsey, illegal mining. So you are going to be fighting illegal mining at one hand, arrest all the perpetrators, and the president will also be freeing them. You arrest them for abuse of the law, and the president will free them. How do you marry the two?
I think that the commitment of President Mahama to make sure that we stop illegal mining is not in doubt. And I think he said it. I don't want us to really misquote the president and say things out of context. I think when somebody is speaking about the big elephant in the room who has been the real cause of the problem and makes it and say something in the context, you can't put it in context. But the real issue, and this is what we have to talk about, because we are not going back to repair the damages that we all know has happened. I am very proud of the passion of the president and the plan that he has laid in place, the initiatives that he has espoused, the Blue Ghana initiative and the Restore Ghana initiative, the attempt at decentralizing the regulatory institutions, the cooperative mining, the recategorization of mining into small scale, medium scale, and the engagement of the local communities, including chiefs, to make them champions in this effort. I believe this cumulatively is what will get us to win the fight. President Mahama is committed to that. But what he's saying is that, listen, let's take the steps to make sure that we have done everything possible to clear all these bottlenecks and give the opportunity to the more than 3 million direct and indirect people who are engaged in illegal mining, and create a pathway for them to do the right thing. And that's what we are going to do. But we are going to make sure, and let me say it clear, those who are going to still insist that they are going to engage in illegal mining in water bodies, mining in forest reserves, wanton destruction of our forests, we should be ready.
Okay. Order. So please take part in the proceedings in silence.
Honorable Leader, your endless narratives, we are going to do the right thing, we are going to make sure the water is clean, we are going to...
Well, Leader, with all due respect, how do you describe that to be endless?
Chairman, would you allow me to ask my question? Let me build my foundation. Let me build my foundations, because if you may. Mr. Chairman, allow me to build my foundation. So you kept on mentioning very beautiful things. I will ask my question, so just be tolerant. So the question was, the president stood on political, unless you are telling me what the president... Now my question to you, Leader, is you have been heard saying all things you are going to do, and then you said that the president said it in context. I heard you. What is the context in which the president spoke then, and what context are you speaking now?
I think, Chairman, as Lands and Natural Resource Minister nominee, what I'm looking forward is the enormity of the challenges in front of us. And I'm not here to talk about political platforms. I'm here to talk about solving serious problems that confront the people of Ghana. I'm here because I know where President Mahama's heart is. I know it through the policies he has espoused. I know the things he has said that has given him the mandate of the people of Ghana. And I'm here to tell the people of Ghana that the new government is committed to ensuring that there will be no new mining in forests reserved. The new government is committed to make sure that we protect our water bodies with new initiatives. The new government is going to make sure that we reclaim our degraded lands and give a pathway to help individuals who want to be in mining to do it legally with the support of government. But we will ruthlessly deal with anybody who decides that he will not follow the law. Illegal mining will not be tolerated. It doesn't matter your political party.
That's a beautiful one, and you are also on record. Now let me proceed to your CV. I'm sure you have a copy before you, or you are very familiar with it. Page 2 of your CV, coming under leadership position held, and E, I'm interested in E, ranking member, Parliamentary Select Committee on Mines and Energy. You must have achieved something with that. As a ranking member then. Would you, let me build a question for you. Would you apprise this House in the face of all the beautiful things you've said or spoken to in terms of mining, protecting flora and fauna, our water bodies and all that? Are there things you can boast of as achievement when you were a ranking member on the Mines and Energy Committee in this context?
Chairman, I'm very proud of my record as ranking member. I work closely with the chairman and then of the committee to prosecute the agenda of President Akufo-Addo. And we made sure we did that in a bipartisan fashion, making sure that the issues that came before us were in the interest of the people of Ghana. And that's what I will continue to do.
It's not convincing, you know. It's not convincing. But, well, allow. Well, let me
order, Honorable Chief.
Honorable Leader.
Convinced.
I should be convinced.
Yes.
All right, you should try hard. Leader, let's proceed downwards to H. After E, let's go down to H. Member, President of Ghana's Gas Task Force, 2010. Very interesting.
Yes.
Can you elucidate on it?
Chairman, I was then a deputy minister. I was a very lucky person when one afternoon my minister invited me to President Mills and was told that I was a member of the Gas Task Force chaired by then our illustrious former finance minister, the late Professor Kwesi Botwe. And we were a team of about 5 or 6, and I learned a lot, and that was really the committee that laid the groundwork for what we now know as Ghana Gas and the gas infrastructure project and the pipelines that will go to Pristia and all of that. And so yes, I was there from day one, and it was such a privilege.
Okay, on the same page of your manifesto, page 2, conferences and capacity building programs. Anyway, I'm told your wife is a beautiful chorister. Is that the case?
Yes.
Yes. So F. Let me ask you a question on F. Commonwealth Business Forum, keynote speaker, November 2009, Trinidad and Tobago. What did you go there to do?
Chairman, it was a very early stages of the ministry. We had just started the government. We were learning best practices, and I think I went there to talk about the gas industry we were trying to build and learning the lessons of Trinidad and Tobago. And so those are the things that we talked about.
On same page, and Growth Week keynote speaker, September 2010, London, Growth Week. What's that?
I think this is an annual event. I think it's an annual event on the downstream sector. Normally the NPA and others to talk about the downstream industry and product availability and all the regulatory things that will make the downstream petroleum industry work.
Leader, come with me if I'm not sure you have the Hansard parliamentary debate. I have Hansard Friday, 3rd January 2025. And with the permission of the chair, I want to quote extensively your words. Deputy Minority Leader, Mr. Emmanuel Kofi Amabua. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to thank His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation that he has just delivered. Mr. Speaker, I need to remind you that the people of Ghana have already given their verdicts on the true state of the nation, and you got a good cheer for that. And that verdict was very clear. Economic hardship, huge debt, overhang, high youth unemployment, hopelessness, and more. We have come to the end of the road for what has been undoubtedly the worst government under the Fourth Republic. And you got a good cheer for that. Mr. Speaker, this abysmal record was confirmed on 7 December 2024 when the people of Ghana returned the most overwhelming and emphatic vote of the rejection for a government ever witnessed under the Fourth Republic. That should be calm. I have engaged you extensively on this matter. It was a very emotional moment for a president who was exiting. And you know that it was not all hopelessness under His Excellency President Akufo-Addo. You have spoken in admission of some of the high things that President Akufo-Addo did, the free SHS and many others. Sitting in this chair now, the benefit of hindsight and reflecting deeply, would you say that these words were harsh on the outgoing president, and when you are given the opportunity, you will retract some of them in part and apologize unreservedly?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I have enormous respect for President Akufo-Addo and any president that will occupy this highest seat of our land, because the decisions that they are confronted are enormous and grave. And so I don't think we take that lightly at all. We, as deputy majority leader, I had a duty that day, and I believe, and that's what I thought, I believe those were words that resonated with the people of Ghana. Now, if there are words that came out that sounded in any way disrespectful, I'll regret it, because the intention was never to disrespect the president at all. It was simply to talk about the government of the day. And yes, obviously there were very good things, some things that were done that obviously we can talk about, that were right, obviously. But I was reflecting the views of the people of Ghana, who felt that they have gone through so much hardships. And that's why the reference was to his government and not to his person. Thank you.
Okay, so please order. Well, no problem. I hear your colleagues cheering you. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You've spoken in context and in part I get the sense that, well, you were only a conveyor belt, conveying the aspirations and the views of people, of Ghanaians. But as a leader, you also had a responsibility then to pick and choose and to convey what was edifying and to only convey what was important at that time. It was a significant and a very emotional moment for us as a country. Reflecting deeper, would you say that some of your words were harsh and not acceptable?
I think I have answered it very well. But words. Chairman, if there are words that can convey the exact things that I said, that in your view are better words than what I said, maybe you can give me. And then another opportunity I can use those words.
Okay, so come with me. There was an earlier question on land guards, and you answered in part. The new Land Act, can you educate us on what it seeks to do or deal with issues of land guards? What does the Land Act aspires to do, and what is your view on what should be done?
I think Section 20 of the Land Act clearly has dealt with the issue of land guards and made it clear that those acts are all illegal, and has spelled out guidelines for prosecuting those who engage in those acts. And those are very clear. And as Minister, if any of that happened, that's what we would just apply the law.
Nabubua,
Honorable members, we have an act dealing with vigilantism, and then we also have a land act. These are two separate laws.
You earlier admitted that the involvement of chiefs or traditional leaders in dealing with mining challenge will be topmost in your scheme of things. Can you explain the role the chiefs will play vis-a-vis the law or our laws?
Well, I've given you the example of the current structure. For example, where persons will get prospecting licenses, and the first time they are going to, the chief is meeting them, is already, they've gotten the license. They now go to the chief to take them to where that land is located. I'm saying that that structure is problematic in the first place. Can we do it in a way that before that license is given, the input of the chief and community leaders is part of the process of issuing that license? So, for example, we won't have a situation where we will go back and write a petition to the Minerals Commission and say, the prospecting license area you've given to this person cannot, because the river is too close to the area you've given. The cocoa farms are too close to it. And so the paradigm shift or the change I talk about is to make sure that we decentralize this process, we get this feedback early in the process before these licenses are issued.
Minister, do you appreciate that there's a difficulty there, especially in its implementation?
Anytime you come up with ideas, new ideas, there's always problems with the concept. But I'm sure that, as I said, these are early times yet. I'm going to go to the ministry with lawyers, with experts, and I'm sure that I will get the benefit of the advice and input to make sure we can fine-tune this, making sure that we work within the laws and making sure that in areas where there's conflict, we address it. But I think that some of the ideas I'm bringing are things that we can look at.
Leader, you earlier bemoaned the involvement of the military in the fight against Galamsey. There are times you need them and they are not there. You said that, maybe you've forgotten. Then there are times they come, let me put it in perspective. There are times they come and spend a fleeting period and go off. You said that. And then when they are needed, it becomes difficult, kind of. What will you do to sanitize the situation going forward as a minister when you approve of?
Chairman, I think that we saw some of the experiences of Galamsey, where some of what happened meant that the structure that was put in place was really not well thought out, because they will go to the field and realize that they are overwhelmed with the challenges they have. They will be calling for backups. We've seen situations where soldiers have been overpowered. I'm saying that going forward we must really approach this in a view to making sure that it is long-lasting, that the solutions are enduring. So, for example, I talked about making sure, knowing that we can't get the soldiers to patrol rivers permanently, what can be done? And I'm proposing that the same way that we have forest guards, we can have well-trained water wardens or water guards that are trained to understand the challenges we face, so that even when the soldiers come and go, there's always constant monitoring. We're using modern technology to make sure that the soldiers are brought in when needed. So these are ideas that I brought up, but these ideas will be fleshed out when I get to the ministry, when you give me the chance.
Leader, there are all manner of ideas, and you must premise your ideas on the unique happenings in our country vis-a-vis best practices. Have you thought about best practices in clamping down on destruction of water bodies, illegal mining, so that it just doesn't become ideas, but the ideas are premised on well-founded, tested, solutions?
Of course, Chairman, that's exactly what I will do. When I get a chance to be at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, I'm sure you'll be invited to bring all your ideas. We'll be open to all these new address best practices, because our goal is to make sure that we get the resource right.
Can I assure you that the minority, we have well-prepared and good alternatives? So, not me as a person, me as minority. Chairman, would you speak for him? That's what.
Chairman, it's not the ideas, it's the results. And I've already described, giving you your scorecard. Degraded land, polluted water bodies, our forests completely gone. That's the results. And so that's what we are going to try to turn around.
In fact, I heard you loud and clear. Now, on your thinking on Ramsey site, you know the ecological effect and the overarching effect on protection and preservation of biodiversity. Ramsey sites are day in, day out facing destruction all over the place. There are a number of places in Osu that have been encroached upon, and you do appreciate their relevance. Do you have specific plans to dealing with that?
I think that the laws are very clear. I think we need to strengthen and tighten enforcement. We need to make sure that the laws in the books are applied. Working with the experts there, I think that's what we intend to do.
So let me just assuming your
ranking party official or party apparatchik,
and you have been told, and the person is well connected, what will be like big fishes, big fishes, and for instance, your party chairman, assuming...
Honorable member, my party chairman will not encroach on any land.
Fine, that's fine. Chairman, thank you very much. Maybe let me use you as an example.
I will also not encroach on any land.
Okay.
I'm a law-abiding citizen.
Yes.
And I will not go encroaching. And this is, we are law-abiding, so no encroachment.
All right. Well, let this day be written. Let this day be written down. That on a day, a certain minority chief whip asks you this same question. If a big party apparatchiki is caught in the fish, what would be your approach?
Chairman, this morning I swore by the Bible to defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and make sure that the right things will be done. And as minister, I'll be focused on that.
Yo, hallelujah. Amen. Honorable Leader, you spoke about vegetation. I'm an environmentalist, and it's something that is very dear to my heart. The past administration did a lot. We had a Green Ghana Day. At the time, Parliament had to go on break for all of us to support in our constituencies, the planting of trees and all that. You know, the plantation of vegetation feeds into the REDD+ concept and the carbon trade. What will you do for us to enhance this opportunity and rake in all the dollars that we can have as a result of the good plantation and the concept of REDD+?
This effort at restoring our vegetation and bringing ecological life back, our biodiversity must be consistent. The Green Ghana event is celebrated one day in a year. I think that the effort must be consistent, must be on a daily basis, must be part of us. And I think what we have to do is together inculcate the habit of making sure that we restore Ghana and green Ghana, not on special occasions, but on a daily basis. We'll bring in policies that will really focus on this and make sure that it is part of our daily life, to make sure that we see our environment, tree for life, with our water bodies blue and green all around us. Do you know that it is required that every household must have 25% of the land area with trees? How do we make sure that every Ghanaian understand that wherever you live, check and make sure that 25% of your land area is covered with trees? These are the efforts we must really start making to get all of us to get to that point where we are proud that, yes, we have really recovered all the ecological laws and the biodiversity that eluded us for so long. So that's what we'll be doing.
Okay, so plantation becomes a way of life. Even where we had it as ceremonial, we had challenges. Not just the planting, the nurturing was also a challenge. Have you reverted your mind to the financial imperatives and the demands in this context?
Chairman, yes. Well, every time there's a will, there's a way. And we must have the will, there will be a way.
Leader, it's not just about saying where there is a will, there is a way. Yes, we all know that. That cliche is known. We all know it. Tell us specifics
And I mean that. Be specific. What are you going to propose in terms of specific solution? You are departing. Can
Chairman,
I finish?
I've made
with respect, let me finish.
3 major proposals.
Can you let me finish my question? Yes, thank you very much. You said we are going to depart from what we are used to. We are going to depart from that. So I Ghanaians want to know, what are your solutions? We've heard you say, oh, we are going to do this. The things of the old, it will not repeat itself. Yes, we are tired of hearing that. Give us specific solutions.
And I've brought 3 very important proposals. There will be the Tree for Life initiative. This is not just focused on the forest and restoring the forest. We are bringing it to every individual household in urban areas to inculcate the habit of planting trees all around us. And I've given you an example of what that's done. We are going to get everybody excited about doing this, about greening Ghana, about planting trees. And as the young people will say, we are going to make it cool, real cool, to make sure that we are all green around. And if we are consistent and focused, we can achieve that.
What is your plan towards exploitation of salt as a mineral?
Chairman, I've already said that we need to make sure that salt exploitation is very critical and is one of the minerals that will help really change our country. And so we must do it well, but we must do it in a way that will not only benefit our country, but will also benefit the communities in the areas where this salt is. We're going to look into that to make sure. And then as we are doing it, we do it in a way that makes sure that it adds value. We create industries that will come out of it. That's where we create jobs. That's where we empower Ghanaians. And that's where the focus will be.
Leader, come with me to page 78 of your manifesto. And the chairman will permit me to just make a quotation. The next NDC government would abolish the community mining system, which is highly partisan, exclusive, and defeatist of its own purpose, and establish artisanal small-scale mining corporation for community members interested artisanal small-scale mining. You had earlier intimated to decentralize the mining process. And at this point, you are also seeking to abolish community mining system. How do you marry the two, or the two
Chairman,
statements?
I've already described the reasons why the community mining was just in name. You know, how do you have community mining when nobody in that community knows who owns that mining? The community mining that was envisioned, that's a good idea. But its implementation was a complete departure from that idea. And I gave you the example of my own constituency, how it was implemented. A company is selected by the district chief executive who has all his machines and capacity. They've negotiated and getting a piece of land. And then they've already negotiated the percentages. I'm not sure how many people in the community were part of negotiating the percentages. Then at the end of that mining, you know, the young people in that community will go there as by-day workers and work, and they will pay them 50 cedis or whatever. But at the end of the day, they will be there and they will go and say, community, this is your money, 100,000 Ghana cedi. How much did you get that you are bringing me 100? I'm saying that the departure from this is a program that is going to truly involve the community, in the sense that this is not going to be something driven by some businessman, because we have already given the capacity and sensitization and the training to the community. We have given them the decentralized regulatory escape to register their mining company. We have set up the structure to provide all the services needed for them to operate. They will be in the lead, the chief, the assembly members, the community. They will be the drivers, and they will be mining because we have already identified mineralized areas and all the services they need around. The gold board that we envision will be available to provide the support for them to make sure they are not only paying what they need to pay, but they are also selling the gold at the right market value, empowering them. That is truly what community mining should be. And that's what we will do.
I see. All right. Honorable nominee, interestingly, you mentioned the gold board. You mentioned it in passing. Now, and your manifesto states in parts that the gold board will seek to regulate small-scale mining, amongst other things. Yes, it's there. It's captured in your manifesto. I can quote it for you. Now, you are also aware of the Minerals Commission as one of your agencies. Are you not sure what you should be seeking to do? Is the strengthening of these agencies by way of resources, capacity, training, and all that. So, creating another body, gold board, another animal, gold board, wouldn't they be fighting the already existing Minerals Commission as an agency that is backed by law? You don't think so? And if you don't, you have to explain in detail.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, you know, anytime you have new proposals, I was here in Parliament when and other things. By the time we sat down and looked at it, all those were ironed out. I think these manifesto proposals are proposals indeed. We now have to go back to the ministry, engage the experts, engage key stakeholders, and make sure we iron it out. Because the intention is a good one, to make sure that we empower people at the local level and make sure that they are mining responsibly and sustainably. That's what we will do.
Leader, you know Rosewood?
Yes.
Yes. And you know that Dr. Apak is not here. He has come to personify the advocacy on Rosewood. You know the challenges it's facing in our country. It is almost going extinct. Has it come to you, and what is your thinking going to the ministry?
Oh, I'm aware of it. I remember some of the efforts that were made. You remember the story of rosewoods that were seized, and we were promised by the former minister that those seized items will be used for the cathedral. I don't know where they are, but yes. So yes, I'm aware.
I thought you were going to try and land safely, but you are trying to brush things in my face.
You are still airborne.
Anyway, you are still airborne.
That was a fact. It was said on the floor.
Honorable nominee, you have landed.
Okay. Let me test your knowledge, and this will be my conclusion. Yes, he's going to a ministry. Honorable nominee, climate change, which I know you are passionate, and I recall many occasions when statements are made, the things you've spoken to and your position. There is this school of thought, and experts have also affirmed it, that the industrial world
is this school of thought, and experts have also affirmed it, that the industrial world have polluted to be where they are today. And now countries like Germany are shutting down their coal plants and all that. And people make the argument that Africa should also pollute a bit. We should be allowed to pollute a bit to come up to a certain stage. Climate change issues will come to you, and there will be cross-cutting issues. What is your thinking? Should we take it hook, line, sinker, or we should be selective as a developing country and get our priorities right based on our unique position as Africa and where we are in terms of industrialization?
I think that the designation of the Ministry of Energy and green transition, it's a clear reflection of our commitment to this reality of climate change and how we must embrace the consequence of it. But in terms of equity, in terms of fairness, in terms of who are the pollutants, indeed we are like a tiny bit in it. And so I think that in every discussion we must put it in context and understand our impact in polluting and those who are really aggravating the issues of climate change. I think that's important. But that does not prevent us to be proactive. That is why I'm excited about the focus in the Ministry of Energy to make sure that we continue to focus on our goal of making sure that we can look at other sources of renewable sources of energy. This must be done in all the other areas because it's important. It's important. So this issue is very, very important. But frankly, for example, when we talk about this issue, we must talk about it in the context of where we are in our development. And this is important. They are talking about us moving away from, some of the resources underground, our oil resources. When, quite frankly, we need a lot of gas to be able to develop. Our view is that this is the time to aggressively exploit these resources and get to the point where these developed countries are. And when we get there, we will be talking like they are talking.
Okay, last one. The COPs, Conference of Parties, often speaks to conservation, smartness in terms of what we do as a country, and sustainability. These narratives also come up as far as your ministry is concerned, and they are cross-cutting issues. Have you thought about it, and what will be your position when it comes to sustainability in terms of environmental conservation?
Chairman, that's where the world is going, and we are not an island. We must focus on these sustainability measures. We must be seen because it's in our interest, it's in the interest of our future, it's in the interest of the future of our children. We must be proactive in some of the things we do even now.
Mr. Chair, let me commend my friend, former deputy leader, for having attempted to ask my question, and he's done well. Even though a few of them he's been evasive, I can forgive him for that. And to wish him the very best of luck when he's finally approved of by this House. I thank you and congratulations, my brother.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, honourable members. We have a guest for Honourable Emmanuel Ama Kofi Boa. First on my list is Mrs. Joyce Boa, spouse of the nominee. The chorister. Nana Kobnan Katia, the fifth, Paramount Chief of Esikado Traditional Area. The second, Paramount Chief of Nsin Traditional Area. Nsigned, okay. Awulai Angama to Ajan, the second, Paramount Chief of Ejura Traditional Area. Awulai Atebrukusu III, Paramount Chief, Lower Axim Area. Nana Kokwale Menzizo Elembele. Nana Awube II, Ejuakople Elembele. Nana Etiasi II, Adontihini Elembele. Osaberima Ajari Tinade II, Chief of Kede. Sheikh Suleiman Mozu, Alhaji Osman Zakaria, Reverend Alex Donko, Very Reverend Stephen B. Mensah, Prophet Joseph Aful, Kinsley Nana Opoku, Nana Ete Akrade II, Chief of Dura Bonso. Family and friends, representative from the NDC Regional Office, representatives from Mineral Commission, Lands Commission, Forestry Commission. You are welcome. Honorable nominee, thank you very much for attending upon the committee. Before discharging you, I recognize the presence of former member of Parliament for Menchia, Matthew Opoku Prempre alias Napo. Honorable nominee, you are discharged. You usually hear from us. The next nominee should prepare to take the seat.
In Samaria, there was a poverty. There was a poverty that to the extent that
His Excellency Manifesto on the agric mechanization centers, I think it will be a blessing for our region, and we will collaborate with all relevant stakeholders to see how we can improve production and refine whatever we are producing there before we sell it out or even export. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you so much. My last question, Chairman. Chairman, security issue is one of the major issues that confront us as a region. And to be specific, we have places like Chiriponi where from time to time we have these security issues coming up. Places like Bunkrugu, Yunyu, where we have these security issues coming up. As a nominee, if you get the blessings of this August House, what steps are you going to put in place to make sure that at least we minimize this conflicts and for the place to be very peaceful so that people, the inhabitants of the region can carry out their businesses without any fear? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. One, we need to have effective engagement with relevant stakeholders, chiefs, opinion leaders, and the youth. If given the nod by this August House, I will engage all my MPs, and I will make it mandatory for every quarter for us to sit down and review some of the issues that are coming up and look at how we can combat it on the ground. These conflicts sometimes emanate from idle hands. And with this Greek mechanization policy that is coming, which I'm going to give it my blessing if I've given the nod by this House, when the youth are engaged, I think we will reduce drastically some of these skirmishes that come up in the region.
Thank you very much. I will then proceed to give the floor to Dr. Mahama Kabiru Tia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed with my questions, I also want to join the multitude in congratulating our senior brother, Ekeda, a committee member of the National Democratic Congress, who has risen through the rank to become the regional minister of the newly created Northeast region. Congratulations, my brother. And also, I will also want to send the nominee to some few corrections on the CV. The CV, page 1, you acquired Bachelor of Science, Information and Communication Technology from GIMPA. You have to check the years. It could be it's done in 2 years. And I'm not sure GIMPA offers a degree program for 2 years, so check the dates. Also, on page 3, you mentioned that you had served as an appointed assembly member from 1994 to 2001. But when you go to page 4, on the leadership position, it was from 1993 to 2000. So you correct that anomaly as well, because the House of Parliament or Committee is a House of Records. And we want
Honourable Member, you are presuming that these are mistakes. So you need to ask whether it is really a mistake or not, because on the CV, I see that from 2004 to 2006, the nominee obtained from the same GIMPA a diploma in computer science. So having obtained a diploma in computer science, it is possible for him to do 2 years degree. So you can assume it is a mistake.
I'm guided, Mr. Chairman, but once that is taken, but the second point cannot be, there's no explanation, but except to say that it's a mistake, because page 4. All right, so let's go through the motion. So, Mr. Nominee, you stated here on your CV, and it is 2007 to 2009. Was that the year, the month, and then the month? Can you state the month and then the year for that program?
Thank you, Chairman. Honourable Member, which one are you talking on specifically?
On the degree.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I did the diploma for 2 years and the degree for 2 years. 2004 to 2006 and 2007 to 2009.
On page 3, you said you served as an assembly member appointed 1994 to 2001. And on page 4, you stated it was from... Yeah, so 3. Can you go to page 3?
Page 3. Okay, yeah, I've seen it.
On page 3, 1994 to 2001, East Mamposi District Assembly served as government appointee to the Assembly for 2 terms. Now, compare that with page 4, where you stated your leadership position, and that spanned from 1993 to 2000. Is there any explanation for that?
I think that might be an error on my part, but I served the assembly for 8 years. When in the 1992, after the elections, and then the assemblies were formulated, I was appointed as a government appointee, and I served the full term until when NDC lost power, that my appointment was revoked.
All right, thank you. So you will correct those mistakes and then probably submit your CV to the committee. So my question, Mr. Nob, there are ongoing projects, and I'm sure you are aware of a lot of ongoing projects in the region. We have some of them have been stalled due to the debt exchange program. Some of them are actually inhibited because there's no funding opportunity for them. Now, Lirgo, Napanduru Bunkurgu route, we have the Wulugu passenger route, we have the Nasia Janga route, we have the Nasia Mimima route. All of these routes, some of them were awarded as far back as 2017. What, as a regional minister and representing the president in the Northeast region, what will you do when you are given the opportunity by the committee or by Parliament to serve as a regional in respect of these ongoing projects? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. All projects that have been initiated in the region are so dear to the hearts of the people, and we are there as humble servants of the people. And we have to ensure that all those projects are executed. Even by the policy of our President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, he has pledged on several occasions that he will complete all projects that are ongoing and will initiate fresh projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I follow up. Do I get the assurance from you, and I'm asking this on behalf of the people and the community so affected or so involved in this, do I give the assurance that those projects would be completed under your watch, if given the nod?
Thank you, Chair. I will collaborate with you as my MPs in the region, and we'll lobby all the ministries and agencies where they are directly involved to seek funding to get them completed. I'm even assuring you that the watermelon factory that you have started, which is not yet completed and is not working, that is my priority. I'll get the farmers to produce watermelon for it to go into full function. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question. Yeah, my second question. Mr. Chairman, I did a follow-up on the first question, and that has just been answered. The next is my substantive second question. My first question had to do with the ongoing projects, and that was answered.
You ask question based on his CVs.
Mr. Chairman, I thought I saw
you ask your last question.
Mr. Chairman, I thought I saw your leave.
Ask your last question.
Mr. Chairman, I sought leave from you.
Please ask your last question.
Mr. Chairman, I sought leave from you to ask preliminary questions. So if those questions are, if you are not granting me the opportunity to ask 3 questions,
please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you very much.
Last question.
But that is my second question. If it is granted as a last question, I take that as your ruling, Chairman. Thank you. On issues of flooding, we have a lot of issues regarding flooding. And if you recall, a lot of areas, including Wale Wale and Yakaba Kubore, have faced these perennial flooding issues. And we have the ongoing Polugu multipurpose dam. Again, that is also a stalled project. How are you going to harness the disaster, so-called, to an opportunity for the people of the Northeast region, taking into consideration that these farmers, or most people in these areas are farmers, and in the lean season, they are not engaged in, they virtually go out of work. How are you going to harness the disaster into an opportunity for the people of Northeast region? The disaster into an opportunity for the people of Northeast region.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Kabiru is my father. He shares here and I share here. So I think he will end because that's my father. However, like I mentioned, of the putting the watermelon factory in Walawale into good use. That is one of the policies in harnessing the water that spills over from the Palgu Dam, and will even go into do dry season farming. That would encourage the farmers to do all-year farming to feed the factory. 2, with the floods, I will work with the relevant agencies for us to see how we can handle it, and where some of our communities are living in communities that are not too good, we will see what we can do to advise them to move out of those areas to minimize the flooding that usually occur. For example, Nayoko immediately after Walwale, on yearly basis, they will just be there in the morning around 7 o'clock, there will be nothing, and by 8 o'clock, water will flood the whole place and nobody can even live in that house. We need to engage them. Let them understand if we can divert the floods, fine. If we cannot, it's possible for us to engage them with the relevant stakeholders to see how we can migrate them to safer lands to avoid such a calamity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Haji Aladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take the opportunity to congratulate the nominee and say I wish you all the best. You have worked all these years and eventually you have gotten to this high position to work directly with your people. I wish you the best. My question is, I have read on your CV and your birthplace is a place where I think I have been very familiar with, and I know so much about that area that it is a food basket. A lot of these our cereals and what have you. And like you mentioned the production of a lot of rice and then watermelon and what have you. I just want to find out from you what steps you will take to make sure that value is added to these products to enable our teeming girls and boys who rush down to Accra, Kumasi, Techiman, and even places they don't know and are not sure of, so that they can have jobs and stop running to places where there are no jobs. What will you do to add value? Because the raw products are always there. What will you do to add value? Thank you.
Thank you, Mama. We have to collaborate with the sector ministry, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Trade and Industry, to see how we can put up industries within the Yaraba Kubari enclave. The rice that we produce there, then we put them to the stage that we can even export. So, if we are able to do that, to get the factories there, we will get these our sisters
and brothers who rush to Accra on this car to remain there and work. And I think it will help us. Secondly, I think that if Burkina Faso can produce tomatoes, we used to produce tomatoes in Palgo, and the land in Palgo is not too different from the land in the Northeast region. We can equally produce tomatoes in the Northeast region, and that is one of my priorities that I would like to engage, to collaborate with relevant stakeholders, Ministry of Agric, and other sector ministries to see how we can raise funding, notwithstanding even getting to Exim Bank, to get funding, saying that the produce that we are going to produce there will not go to waste, and also minimize post-harvest losses. By so doing, we will engage our youth, and they will be gainfully employed. They will not move to Accra to do the menial jobs that they are doing. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, my second question has to do with the girl child. It is very important to keep the girl child in school. But as someone from the northern sector myself, I know how difficult it has always been. What will you do, specially and specifically, not ignoring the boy child, no, but specially for the girl child, to ensure that they attend, stay in school, and complete at the level that they may be able to reach? Not cutting or stopping or being pulled out of school, the girl child specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have to work on the perceptions of our people. And this, we need to do it by constantly engaging the relevant stakeholders. Ghana Education Service, I am aware CAMFED is within the region, and they are working so hard towards the girl child education. We will collaborate effectively with them, and they engage GES to see how we can minimize that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
No, just to wish him the best in his office.
Thank you, Honorable Omar Alassan.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. I wish you the best. I know you have worked hard for the party since 1993, and given this opportunity, you really prove that the party, we are here to reset the country. My question is in relation to your area, which is healthcare. I want to, let me check my question. No, it will come. No. Thank you. In view that you've been in the healthcare industry for quite a period.
Thank you, Chair. It will be my priority to increase access to health facilities by increasing the number of CHIPS compounds in our area and upgrading some of the existing facilities. Also, collaborating with the district assemblies to see how we can get incentives for doctors and nurses so that we can retain them in the region for our people to access health care.
Thank you very much. I will then proceed to give the floor.
Okay. All right.
You have a further question? Very well.
I just want to wish him well.
Honorable Ritana Udelesowa, you have a question? Please do.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to congratulate the nominee of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on his nomination as the Minister for the Northeast region. Honorable nominee, congratulations. Your region has a lot of tourism potentials, and I want to know what what are some of the programs or measures you would put in place to liaise with the tourism ministry to ensure that you promote tourism to bring more revenue to the area? And also, how would you develop the tourism infrastructure so that when tourists come, they'll have a place to live, which will be affordable and beneficial to the people of the region? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That is very true. In Gambaga, we have the ancestral graves of the Mushi Kingdom. There are 3 graves, and I think that is another good side that we can develop very well and tie it to the very well and tie it to the festivities that we have within the area, such that the chief in Burkina Faso on yearly basis will be visiting the graves, which will also give us income for the assembly in the region. Secondly, we have the Nigerian Wall region. It's a nice place. I've been there several times, and I think when we put it to use, it's a source of tourism attraction, and then we can get a lot of income from there, and even get our our youth and some of the ladies to work there. And then when we are there gainfully employed, I think that it will also reduce the menace that we always get in Accra, especially the Kai. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. I wish to congratulate you again and wish you well on your new appointment. All the best. God bless you.
Madam, I'm most grateful.
Thank you, Mohammed Muniru. Munuruddin. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nomi, congratulations. Your appointment is a well-deserved appointment. Your nomination is a well-deserved nomination, and the entire of this region is very proud of you because we know you can do the job. My question has to do with the insecurity from Boko to Wale Wale. The Boko conflict is not only now in Upper East, it is now spelled to the Northeast region. You realize that whenever there's an attack on the Boku-Bolga route, a replicate attack happened in the Bolga-Wale route. If you are given the mandate, how will you collaborate with your colleague or your counterpart in the Upper East region to make sure that these issues are resolved amicably and the people will live in peace?
Thank you, Chair. Rightly so, the nominee for Upper East region is an uncle. I will collaborate effectively with him and with the security agencies for them to do 24-hour policing of the Wale-Bolga stretch. And I hope that my brother too in Upper East region, my uncle in Upper East region will do same on the Bolga-Boku stretch. And when we do that, and also engage the youth and the relevant stakeholders in this conflict, it will minimize the skirmishes on that road. Secondly, the beginning of this month, His Excellency the President, John Dramani Mahama, was in Boku, and he came to Nairobi. He met the both overlords. And I think that that is the best way to start engaging. When we keep engaging each other, I think we'll get a lasting solution to the problem. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, a follow-up question to that. Honorable, we realize that in the past few weeks, there were military brutality in Wale Wale. How will you collaborate with the victims to find justice for them?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was brought to my attention, and those military men were invited to the chief of Wale Wale Palace, and they apologized for the skirmishes that happened in Wale Wale. However, I will not leave it there. I will still engage them for us to see how we can handle it effectively. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Chairman, my final question. my final question. Let me make that one final question. Honorable Ibrahim Tia, you know education is very important for the people of North-East region. And as a young region that was created by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we still have a lot of educational challenges. In the last few years, His Excellency Nana Addo government established about 7 senior high schools that are still at the growth stage, and 2 nursing training colleges, the one in Yagba and the one in Wale Wale. And also the previous Mahama administration also started a new site for the Gambaga College of Education. If given the nod by this committee, how will you collaborate with the relevant agencies to make sure that these institutions are upgraded and get infrastructure at the level of those that are already existent? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. As I mentioned earlier, His Excellency has promised that his government will continue with all projects that were started by the former president, His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo. However, that will also depend on funds. But they are so relevant to us. As an MP from my constituency, we will collaborate and see how we can raise funds for those projects which are so dear to the people to be completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I wish you all the best. Thank you.
It's now the turn of Honorable Muhammad Shaibu.
Chairman, thank you so very much. Honorable nominee, my good friend, congratulations.
Thank you.
A well-deserved nomination. A few years ago, your region, including mine, were created. We were all very excited. Indeed, there was pomp and pageantry to welcome the new regions. And we expected some sort of fast pace in development. I'm sure you and I are disappointed that the rate at which we wanted development to go, we're not getting it that way. Mr. Nominee, you would need an aggressive economic activities to be able to promote your young region. Please tell us what plans you have in this direction.
Thank you, Chair. As I mentioned, as a new minister, I will learn from my previous ministers who have been in that position, and I will collaborate with some of you, the MPs too, so that we go through all the relevant ministries. Minister of Finance, the Common Fund Administrator, wherever I think we will go and raise resources to get this our infant regions also grow up to a pace with the previous regions or the existing regions. We will do, and I will rely on your support and guidance. As legislators, you know it. Most of the ministers are from Parliament. I'll use Nuruddin, my father Tia, and Honorable Mustafa, and then we'll see how. And Honorable Alajo, Honorable Alasan Suleiman Ali has just blessed, and our senior MP, Dr. Ebed Bandim Asuma, for us to comb all the ministries and see how we can bring development to our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions?
Yes, Chairman. Chairman, I have a last one. Honorable nominee,
we have some order.
Your region, just like other new regions, is full of diverse ethnic and tribal groupings. There's normally a dominant tribal grouping, and the others who normally accuse the dominant of uneven development in terms of infrastructure and the rest. Can you assure the good people of your region, the diverse ethnic groups, that they will have a balanced development in terms of infrastructure for all of them? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. For sure, that will be my priority. And transparency and consultations with all relevant stakeholders, and getting all the districts within my region having the fair share of the cake is my priority. And I'm assuring this House that that is what I will do, and that is what I will be doing.
Chairman, I wish him Allah's blessings.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yabwam.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. I can see your Honorable Chairman behind you, giving you all the support. It's our former colleague, Honorable Tanko. Welcome to the House. Honorable nominee, there are a lot of unapproved routes in your region. I know some around you in your area. Even when you get to that point, you are able to watch television from Togo. A lot of trading activities around there. It's a source of worry and some way, somehow, some benefits in terms of trade. They sell a lot of Togolese beer there. I'm sure you are aware about that. I know your area very well. Because what are some of the challenges around those unapproved routes and the security concerns that it brings to you as an incoming minister? And what steps you are going to take to address some of them? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That is a reality. In the whole of the UU area, there's not even a single tarred road. And that is a district, not even a single tarred road. And UU is equally having the potential of rice growing. But the route from Wenchigi, passing through to Bunkurugu, is an eyesore. And I think that if we collaborate with or lobby the Ministry of Highways, getting the road network from Chereponi through Wenchigi to Bunkurugu, then we are opening up the area. And again, if the Eastern Corridor route, that will also take off from Gushugu through Bentry, Tema, Nanswan to Napanduri, and then get into the Upper East region, I think we will open up the place for business. Again, we will have to collaborate with the security agencies to see how we can put checkpoints around the area to curb some of the armed robberies that go around that side.
Chairman, my second question. You are going to be chairing the RECSEC in a region that is split in the middle between the NDC and the MPP in terms of parliamentary seats. 3-3. The MPP won the presidential vote. It's always been like that since the region was created. And that's why you have 3 of your MPs on my left here. You need to be a team player to ensure a smooth administration of the region. What assurance are you going to give to us as a minister designate?
Thank you, Chair. If you recall, I mentioned that I would like to be holding quarterly meetings with all my MPs in the region for us to see how we can develop the region as a whole. And I'll open my doors for consultations with all the 3 MPs to my right and my 3 MPs to my left. Thank you.
Well, it's easier said than done. When you are directed to stop the payment of their common fund, well, let's pray to God. I'm sure you have issues of telephone connectivity too in the region. And our advice is not a question that the previous administration took some steps to address these challenges in the area of rural telephony. I will entreat you to take the necessary steps, deal with it with the NC and the incoming Minister for Communications to ensure that the good people of Northeast are well connected in the area of telephony to ensure that they're able to communicate to the rest of the world. I thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable George Rickett Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable.
I just have one question, or partly could be advice, actually. First of all, welcome to the club of regional ministers, present and past. The question is that you are going to have challenges to do with decentralized ministries and departments that we have in all the regions. And many a times, projects happen, or something will be going on in your region by a ministry that you will have no knowledge of. You may even find yourself in a situation where you have to sign a certificate of a project. You might not have an idea how it was even awarded. Because the composite budget system that we have been talking about for many years actually hasn't worked. So every ministry will have their own budget, and whoever they send to your region as their office will be drawing their resources from the ministry itself in Accra. So projects are awarded from Accra, you will have no knowledge of it, and things will be happening around you. How do you intend to make sure that you are aware of all projects carried out by ministries, their departments, and their agencies? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. If given the nod, as the head of the region and the head of the Regional Coordinating Council, all relevant organizations within the region will be having engagements with them on quarterly basis or even monthly basis to see what their priorities are, which projects are ongoing, which projects are coming from Accra, and which projects can we as a region also initiate. And in so doing, having constant dialogue with the heads of departments and agencies in the region, you have a fair idea as to what is going on in their various departments. And that will give us a clear idea as to how we will cooperate and then bring good governance to our people. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
I now give the floor to Deputy Whip, Available Ranking.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I see you are married with 7 children. How many wives?
Why?
I'm a Muslim and I'm entitled to 4 wives.
Please, you haven't answered my question.
Personalized questions. Right.
Oh, I have 2 wives.
Personalized. It's a choice.
Honorable nominee, my chairman tells me it's a choice, but we also want to know, just for those who are also keenly interested, if they want to apply, they can apply. I see no problem with that. Or you don't agree
interested because you are potential.
Honorable nominee, so there is a witch camp in Gambaga. That is correct.
Yes.
Do you, in the first place, believe in witchcraft?
I don't believe in witchcraft, but it exists.
Do you have any plans at all with reference to the witch camp in Gambaga? Any plans? Do you want to maintain? Do you want to develop? Do you want to refurbish? What about the standard of living of the people in the camp? What are your plans?
Thank you, Chair. The history of the Gambaga witches camp is so interesting. Initially, in those dark days, they used to kill them. And the then Imam said, no, killing them was too inhuman. And for that matter, once the traditional leader, the Gambarana, has some spiritual powers that can neutralize the witchery, why not we send them there for him to prove, or otherwise, whether they are witches or not? And that was when they stopped the killing of witches. So the Gambaga witches camp served as a home for the witches. So when they get there, when he proves that you are not a witch, they allow you to go back. If it turns otherwise, then you remain there, and then he will use his spiritual powers to neutralize the witchery in the witch. When this is done, there's another NGO that is now working with the witches camp, and we call it Go Home Project, which is funded by the Presby Church. They will come in and go to the community to see how they can engage the stakeholders in the community for the acceptance of the alleged witch or the perceived witch back into his community. And it works out. Sometimes they assist them. They give them food, they give them clothing, they have accommodation that they are living there. As I'm talking to you, there is borehole that is serving that community with water. I can recall on a number of occasions, Her Excellency, the President's wife, Madam Lodina, has been visiting them on every occasion by giving them clothing on every festivity. And there are a lot of NGOs that also come around to assist them. Those who are willing to get back home, provided the community is ready to accept them, they move home. And there are some there when you even want them to go home, they will tell them, look, this is a, you know, it's a decade issue which we need to deal with. That privilege is left to the witches to decide. Those who want to go home are free to go, and those who want to remain there too are free to remain. Because, you know, it's a decade issue which we need to deal with. The perception has so sticked with the people saying that we have to manage it. It's a process. It cannot just be a day's event. So it's a process that we have to build the mentalities of the people to accept at a point that we can now get to where we all think that, look, this camp should be abolished. Thank you.
Don't you also think that sometimes it is interchangeably used for people who are poor?
I have observed on 2 occasions at the Gambaga Palace that a perceived or an alleged witch came and they slaughtered the fowls. And the fowls proved that the woman was a witch, and she admitted that yes, I am a witch and I bewitched. So in that case, what else can I say? That is why I'm saying perceived or alleged witch. And if she's the one accused, admitting that yes, this is the reality, what else can one say?
Yeah, I think you've been a youth organizer or the organizer of your constituency for about 20 years, and also been a regional secretary for about 3 years, 2022, 2023 to 2025. So if by God's grace this committee approves of your nomination, you are going to be the regional minister of the Northeast region. It's a double-edged sword. You are going to, as it were, be a representative of the National Democratic Congress in the high office of the region. And you're also supposed to be taking care of other political parties, including the New Patriotic Party. How do you intend to navigate this position without seeing your regional coordinating council as an extension of your party office?
Thank you, Chair. I am not only a party executive, but I'm a founding member of the NDC. In the formation of the party, I was there. When they were launching the party in Cape Coast, I was there. And as you rightly mentioned in my CV, I've served the party throughout my life. And Honorable Nuruddin from Gambaga was my boy. And now he's an MP under MPP. He knows it. He worked under me. So he knows my capabilities. And I think I can handle everybody in the region. I will not be biased at all. We want development. And where we are, we need to work collectively to develop the region. Thank you.
I want to find out, have you perchance seen or perused a report from the Ghana Statistical Service? That's the 2021 Ghana Statistical Service report on population and housing census. That says that water and sanitation, over half of the Northeast region, the urban household practice open defecation.
I've heard of that, but I've not read the document.
So assuming that that is the case, there is open defecation. Wherever you pass, there is something. You are a fine gentleman going into this big office of regional minister. What will be your plans and policies to eradicate open defecation?
Thank you, Chair. Continuous sensitization of our people in the rural communities will do the deal for us through the assembly structures. And again, I intend collaborating with my MPs, the 6 MPs in the region, for us to see how we can raise a dealing rate that will provide all the communities in the region potable and accessible water. That will also minimize some of the polluted waters that we have around. Thank you.
I was talking about open defecation.
Yeah, when we have water flowing to the houses, I think it will keep some of the open defecations, because some of them can even provide water closest for their house, provided there is water for them to use. And aside that, like I mentioned earlier, continuous sensitization with the communities through community development, social welfare, and I think we can get it eradicated. Thank you.
My chairman says good answer. I think he's your #1 supporter here. I want to find out from you, as regional minister, do you know what is expected of you? Do you know your roles, what you are supposed to go and do as regional minister?
Yeah, it's a huge challenge. I am there to monitor and supervise all the MMDCs and the district assemblies in the region.
I think that is not all. So I was hoping that you, in fact, I need you to elaborate.
Honorable member, that is the response from the nominee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm asking a follow-up. As regional minister, apart from monitoring and supervising MMDs, what else is expected of you?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm the head of the Regional Security Committee, and I will open my doors to all stakeholders in the region to see how I can minimize conflicts in the region. Thank you.
Very well. And you are aware there are some conflicts in your region. As the Exec Chairman, okay, so I don't have to assume like Chairman would advise. Do you know if there are some conflicts in your region?
Thank you, Chairman. Not only my region. In the whole of the country, there are conflicts all over. So as a head, certainly you know, once we are dealing with human beings, these issues will come up, and when they come up, you use the security agencies, the chiefs, the opinion leaders, the youth, to see how we can mitigate it and then nip it in the bag.
Gender inequality remains a challenge in the Northeast, and I'm sure you see in the whole of Ghana, since I've seen the trend of your answers. In particular,
it's in the whole country.
The Northeast region.
Even
how do you, Mr. Chair, so it doesn't mean that if you are going to Northeast, you can't go and deal with issues of gender inequality in Northeast. So I want to find out from you. Maybe you can be the lead advocate of gender equality, although it is perhaps in the world. What do you intend to do as regional minister with the issue of gender inequality?
Thank you, Chair. I'll prioritize the gender, the female aspect of it. That will be my priority, to get women always involved in whatever we are doing.
Are there some tourist sites in your region, and what do you intend to do with them?
Please, this question has been asked and answered, so maybe if you have...
Yes, I do. High poverty rates in the country. Any special plans for your region as to how to eradicate poverty?
Thank you. My region is blessed with arable land for farming. And I think if the Minister of Agric, Minister of Trade and Industry, and all other relevant organizations that will assist my region, we can produce rice in my region to feed the whole country. Secondly, I mentioned earlier, the legacy the MPP government left uncompleted because it is not yet put to use. The watermelon factory, which is there, and our people are watermelon farmers, will put it into use and get our youth into groups, and they will do all year farming. And I think, I mentioned again about the tomato farming. If Burkina Faso can produce tomatoes, we can produce tomatoes in East Mamprusi, and that is my major priority, where we'll get all the farmers engaged in all year farming, and no vehicle, about 100 vehicles leave Kumasi and go to Burkina Faso to purchase tomatoes. And I think with the collaboration of this August House, with my MPs and the Minister of Agric, Minister of Finance, if we get the required funding, I think we can do the trick for the country in the course of tomato production. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm more excited about that response. I want to also find out, how do you intend to integrate the Northeast region into the broader national development agenda?
as in ensuring that it receives maximum attention and resources from central government?
Thank you, Chair. If I'm given the nod by this August House, I'll get all the various stakeholders in the region and the departments for us to come out with a blueprint which we will be pursuing. And that is what we will use to pursue to see how we can get logistics funds to improve upon our vulnerable region. Thank you.
How many hours did it take you to travel to Accra? As by road, as in by road?
Several hours. I said several hours.
Okay, so I'm being asked, did you travel by road or by air?
I came by road. And I passed through from Nalerigu through Bentere, Gushegu, Yendi, Bimbala, Dambai. When I got there, I got stuck. The Pantu was at the other side, so we had to wait. We waited around for several hours before the Pantu came, and we now crossed. And that really delayed our movement into Accra. So I'm pleading with you to see how we can get funds to also work on the Dambai Bridge so that we have easy access and we can use maybe less than 7 hours from my region to Accra.
Thank you. This should be my last question. The Northeast region faces challenges with reference to the climate. And this includes desertification and unreliable rainfall. Do you have any plans at all to see how you can well work on some of this? Unreliable rainfall and desertification.
Thank you, Chair. I will collaborate with all the relevant agencies for us to see how we can manage that.
Yeah, just a follow-up. Do you have an idea which agencies you are referring to?
Ministry of Agric, Forestry Commission, EPA.
Thank you. I wish you very well, Mr. Tia. Chair, that will be all from me.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Tia, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I then proceed to recognize a guest seated behind you and available ranking. That is to my discretion.
Oh, I'm just asking my chair if he doesn't have any questions.
Honorable Alhassan Ligby, former MD, Metro Mass Transport. Honorable Ibrahim Abdul Rauf Tanko, former MP, Regional Chairman, Northeast Region. Chief Adam Bad Munsuguru, Chief of Bani. Chief Zakaria Nantoma, representative of the overlords of Mampurugu Kingdom. Chief James Salifu Yamusa, elder of the overlord of Mampurugu Kingdom. Chief Kambona Vincent Kolugu Yindana, Chief of Langbinsi, and the Chief Warrior of the Mampurugu Kingdom. We also have Alhaji Majid Mahmoud, Imam of Langbinsi. Chief Dan Kolbila, former Director, Presby Agric Service. Chief Zakaria Guma, Mampurusi Chief, Accra. Abibatu Isaku, Queen Mother of Mampurusi, Accra. Professor Adams Ishaku, Director of Research, Northeast Region. Chief Malna Dauda Isifu, representative of Walewale Chief. Mohammed Abubakar Kula, representative of Paramount Chief of Tripoli. Ndaka Jaminja, representative of Paramount Chief of Tripoli. Honorable Abdallah Bukari, former Northern Regional Minister. Idrisu Shaibu, National President Maya. Honorable Abdullahi Jabaite, former MP Chiraponi. Alhaji Mohammed Akape Avona, Regional Coordinating Director, Northeast Region. Basigi Faustina Anuha, Queen Mother, Langbinsi. Chief Ibrahim Meiko, Chief of Licha. Honorable Abubakari Sana Kudus, Regional Youth Organizer, Northeast Region. Sumaya Salifu Ligbi, Women's Organizer, Northeast Region. Hajia Mariam Bawa, Member, Northeast Regional Council of Elders. Honorable members, I also recognize the presence of Honorable Dr. Kobana Dufo, former Minister of Finance. You are well recognized. Honorable nominee, thank you very much for attending upon the committee. You hear from the committee and you are hereby discharged.
Thank you so much. I'm most grateful.
Yes. Honorable members, we will take a short break and then we will resume exactly at 3 o'clock.
Oh, it's only 30 minutes. Right? Make it 15. 15.